Hello and welcome to another Giant Slayers Fight Night Legends presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins as always, as we're about to jump in some more Legends of Runeterra action. Blevins, how you feeling tonight, buddy?
I'm feeling great. I feel like it's been ages since we got the band back together. The classic, the Casa Blev, the duo from way back. But we're back now and ready
like
to cast some games.
2 weeks. It's been so long, Blev. Oh my god.
I feel like I haven't talked to you in forever. It seems like it's been so long.
It's been a minute. It's been a minute. But here we are. We're gonna get into some games in just a moment. But of course, Blev, I just need you to tell the people what we're doing here today. Why don't you go ahead and break down the format?
Tell the people what we're... Okay, yeah. We are playing the Classico. Actually, not the Classico. I guess I still consider it the new format, even though it's been Riot Lock for quite some time.
Almost 2 months. It's like...
Yeah. Double Elim with 8 invited players. Every single match is going to be a best of 3. And, of course, it is Riot Lock. So if you're familiar with the seasonal or, you know, the fight nights the past few months, it is going to be that format. Of course, we do, as always, have the losers bracket reset potential in the grand finals. And of course, the players are playing for their share of that sweet, sweet 200 Casa. But let's take a look at the players that are going to be playing today.
Yeah, let's look at this bracket here. We got Floppy Mudkip back again, going up against Goddraw. Grandpa Roji versus Gregory the Gray. XX, what am I? XX going up against Snuggles. What am I back again? Floppy and what am I? Just going.
I was like, did you forget who what am I was? And like reading.
No, I'm just memeing him. But then we got Tomato Mystico and Void to round things out. But Blev, the first matchup we want to take a look at today, just because, I mean, I feel like we always got to get Roji on camera when he shows up. It is going to be Grandpa Roji versus Gregory the Gray. Roji. Always bringing the deck that we're excited to see. His one trick, the Malphite. It is here. It has arrived.
Yep, it sure has. And you know, it's always nice to see what the updated iteration looks like. I mean, every once in a while there's some new spice. I mean, we're seeing Salt Spires in here. I feel like I've never seen that card outside of Expeditions, but of course we see it here in the Grandpa Roji El Clasico. We've got Stonebreakers, Herald of Magus, all good stuff. And then we've got Gregory the Gray, who, if I recall from Twitter, this is their first fight night, and they're excited to be in fight night this week, and we're excited to have them. They,
I believe, are a TO for Mastering Runeterra, someone who at least helps on that side of things. And they're coming in trying to show their stuff as well, instead of helping on the back end of a tournament. This time around, they're going to be competing, seeing if they can take out Grandpa Roji. Also, they're a cat, just if you didn't know.
Yes, cats are allowed to play.
On the screen there, they are.
As long as you can stream.
Look at the little guy. Look, this is a pretty old cat, too. 29 years old for a cat. I mean, damn.
Yeah, that is. Now, is that in cat years, or is there cat years? Is there cat years like dog years? I know cats have 9 lives, but
right.
I don't know.
Yeah. Well, see, that's going to be helpful in Legend of Runeterra, right? Because, like, that's a lot of HP to get through if you got 9 lives. It's
right.
It's like 180 HP. That's crazy. I mean, Roji, you know, like, we've seen some crazy stuff out of the Malphite deck. Maybe you can get through that much, but it's a pretty big advantage for Gregory the Gray, I think.
Actually.
But there we go. Gonna take a look at that Malphite Talia you were alluding to earlier. The Salt Spire, certainly an interesting tech to be put in. I'm curious, like, how we ended up on Salt Spires, and I'm trying to look through the combos here to see what might have been the reason for that. But it is a very, very powerful card once it gets rolling, but it is a 4-mana landmark, which is a little bit scary to get through.
Yeah, and we don't even have any. I'm looking through. There's no like landmark acceleration or anything. So it's literally just play a 4-mana, do nothing, maybe copy it with Talia, and just hope that that's good enough. I mean, that is a lot of stats coming down if you curve Salt Spire into Talia, and then of course any follow-up afterwards is, I mean, that's a lot of stats on the board for not too much of an investment.
So yeah, it's like way less so about an actual combo, and it's more just about like going 4 into 5 Salt Spire into Talia and just having an insane board off of it. Which, I mean, I guess is going to be a very powerful thing to do as long as you're not getting run over at that stage of the game and you've got the time to play that Salt Spire. So any control list is going to be terrified of this hitting the board into a Talia on 5, and then just what is going to come from that is going to be just a very large board of grumpy rock bears.
Yeah, a lot of grumpy rock bears. We have the one of Herald of the Magus as well, which is going to give, which of course, essentially, you know, Talia is like a secret level 3 champion where you've got the leveled up Talia, and then you've got the Herald of the Magus is the level 3, which gives her +2/+2, and Overwhelm, which really turns Talia into a mess to deal with. She's just going to be able to kill very effectively. But if we look over on the side of Gregory, we've got one deck here. This is the Ezreal Caitlyn. This deck is actually, you know, very akin to the old Ezreal Draven lists. It is, I believe, the card down at the bottom is that Tri-Beam Improbulator, which is sort of the marquee of the deck. Very similar to the Ezreal Draven lists of old. This deck has actually, you know, risen back up in prominence over the last couple of weeks, dealing with, you know, just effectively being able to deal with a lot of these Bandle City decks with all this removal, Tri-Beam Improbulator. You know, maybe we'll get some Zinc Beams out of the way here in this fight night. It's been a while, but this deck has certainly risen up in prominence lately.
Yeah, we'll really never be able to get rid of Slow Burn, will we, Blevins? You know, it's just not just going to be so difficult to get. I needed to trigger like half of chat, I think was the goal there. So we got there. But yeah, I mean, Draven gone, Caitlyn a pretty decent replacement in general. Definitely feels like it kind of fills the slot. Draven, of course, gave a lot of value with the axes, being able to be discard fodder, and also to discard cards that you would put in your deck that you wanted to discard, but also the bonus damage was pretty helpful too in a lot of situations. But Caitlyn has her own strengths. The flash bombs can still be quite powerful, and she still is that just like powerful 3-mana 3/3 quick attack that comes down in the early game to help you stabilize boards.
Yeah, doesn't die to Mystic Shot. You know, memes aside, I think that actually is a pretty big reason to be running Caitlyn. And if you look at the list, it really has eliminated a lot of the added synergies that would be amplified by Draven. So there's no Rummages, there's no Zonite Urchins, there's not even Get Exciteds in this deck. So not a lot of the cards that rely on discards that you'd be getting value out of those axes. So hey, just run a relatively sturdier unit, and even being able to get those flash bombs is going to be nice. But the other two decks from Gregory are both Yordle in Arms decks. And Roji, we see here in the ban phase, looks like he banned one of them. Yeah, can't ban them both.
Yeah. Gets rid of the Lulu Fizz version, leaves up the Gnar, but I can see the Lulu versions being really terrifying, especially because it's like 3x Boom-a-Boon, 3x Chompers. I mean, a lot of people have recently realized just how horrifying Flame Chompers are as a card, and I understand why that one is the target of the ban. On the other side, it's the Tristana version, which is also just incredibly powerful. A lot of rallies with the Golden Aegis and the Yordle in Arms. It's going to be pretty scary, and we see Roji's Yordle in Arms deck gets banned away from themselves, so we do get the Malphite, and that will be the starting deck going up. Probably, I mean, I'm not sure what we're gonna see led on the other side. We'll see it in just a second, though. But yeah, it's gonna be the Caitlyn Ezreal.
There it is. Ooh, and we're even seeing some skins on the side of Roji. You love to see it.
Of course,
double skin. I mean,
the whole deck's probably prismatic, man. I mean, come on, it's Roji on Malphite Delia. Like
a man after my own heart.
You know, he's gonna be blinged out for sure. You know, the interesting thing with Ezreal Caitlyn is I think it actually brings in a lot of the elements of those other Noxus control lists we would see, like TF Swain back in the day, right? Like going more towards like Ravenous Flock, Culling Strike, Scorched Earth, right? Like going in that direction instead of the way that we traditionally saw this deck deviate from other Noxus control lists. And yeah, it's with a different region with P and Z versus the Bilgewater. We would see in a lot more of those because things like Make It Rain synergize so well with these removal spells that just need things to be damaged. But that's where things like the Flash Bombs from Caitlyn come in, or just a lot of the low to the ground units that you've got here, or even Static Shock allow you to still enable these spells that require the units to be damaged.
Absolutely. And I mean, they are also, they're just running all this small burn that, you know, is going to get incidental value either from Tri-Beam or just in conjunction with Flock and other things. And really, a lot of times you just need to keep the board clear against all these Yordle and Arms decks. I mean, in this first match, we see 3 Yordle and Arms decks between the 2 players, and 2 of them were banned. So plenty of others in the event as well. And you can expect to see a lot in a tournament lineup for sure.
Oh, this is a hand for OG, for sure. Doesn't really
Would love to have a Salt Spire
anything right now. Yeah, Salt Spire would be phenomenal. Be really great for OG to have, but till then it might just be an Unraveled Earth to cycle and get some more ticks. And it's one card late. That's all right. Roji still has the combo kind of set up, and there's not really any threat. Just a couple of spiders on the board for now.
Yeah, no real threat out. Gregory gonna have to be mindful. Well, on the one hand, you kind of want to be mindful about what units you play. On the other hand, the next 3 you play are all gonna have vulnerable, so you kind of don't need to worry, I guess.
Yeah. You don't worry because you can't. I mean, it's 3 units, right? Like it's happening. You just have to be okay with it.
Yep. But now, you know, this pressure, like you said, not a ton here. Roji now going to be going into turn 6, and we've got those Stonebreakers, which if you're an old school Magic player, basically a Flame Tongue Kavu for 6 mana, which is very, very strong. It's a unit. It kills a unit. It, you know, it's a built-in 2-for-1 in a lot of ways, and it also does 2 to the face. Yeah. And oh, by the way, oh no, it doesn't have Overwhelm. I thought it had Overwhelm. It's just a 6-4. Regardless, so very, very high value card that we don't really see because it's so niche in its in its application.
Yeah, these Scorched Earths are gonna help in this matchup quite a bit to be able to deal with the Salt Spires, but Stonebreakers are online. I really like the way that turn was set up for Roji because he had the chip into the Salt Spire that was gonna set up the Talia. It was very, very good to have these Stonebreaker follow-ups, but, you know, gonna get slowed down quite a bit by the Scorched Earth, and Roji gonna have to find what the best next steps are, because this Talia doesn't have a great landmark to copy. I don't think you want another Unraveled Earth.
Yeah, probably not. It's possible that we still see that happen. Roji, making the pass, could play Talia. It's not amazing. But also, Gregory has that fleeting card in hand, which more than likely is going to want to get cast, right? So Roji essentially has the ability to free pass, and there's the Talia, going to be leveled up. Not the most value from the creation of the landmark, but it is a freebie nonetheless, and now you've got a 4/6 Talia that's going to be able to just eat this 3/3 for free.
Yeah. Did forget that Roji has an attack token. His camera is strategically placed to not let us know whether he has it or not.
Yeah.
But yeah, that is going to be there. Allows for the free trades. And a pretty solid board position for Roji, considering the hand being quite powerful. Backup to Leah in case this one gets removed.
Yeah. I wonder... Effectively, that attack just traded the chip for a 1/1, even though like it didn't actually happen that way. It basically happened that way. I wonder, I kind of, I almost like just leaving chip back. Is there really much need to trade it with a 1/1 Spiderling right now? Not sure.
All right, but Ezreal immediately
stone broken.
Yeah. just going to take it down immediately. Pushes extra damage to the Nexus as well, and it's just a threat. I mean, it's a threatening body. A 6/4, you have to deal with this.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I think a lot of these cards in the deck are very powerful in a vacuum. The problem generally being getting to this position in the game where you're not so far behind that your opponent just beats you down, or that they don't create enough value to get you back. But when the board's at parity and you have, you know, banger after banger after banger, you're in a pretty good spot as Grandpa Roji here.
Yeah, and you find a Preservarium that's going to let your Talia copy it. The chip off the draw means you can really efficiently use your mana this turn. It still keeps enough for Right or Hush. You have Vulnerable on Sheriff Lariat Rose, and so you'll be able to push that through as well. Farron going to hit the board. That's not going to have Vulnerable, but you can go fairly wide.
Yeah, you sure can. I guess, you know, Talia would be trading with Farron. I have to think that Roji's probably okay with it. I imagine we're going to trade 6/5 for 6/3, and then maybe Talia still comes in, just offers the trade.
Yeah, trying to push damage. Roji realizing that with the Decimates in hand and he's down at 10, that this is a pretty scary spot to be in. Has to threaten lethal.
Yeah.
The interesting spot is I don't know that threatening lethal actually does anything for Roji, so
No.
we might see him just change these up. I think that's his initial thought, though, right? Is like, okay, I need to present lethal, try and clear off this board, but is it actually going to do anything in the spot overall?
I think you have to kill... You have to not only trade with the 6/3, you want to kill the 6/3 because Gregory can pull it with Farron, and that's 5 damage.
Yeah, you have
13,
Hush, which is almost always going to be used on this Farron.
That's true.
But that means that if, you know, when Ezreal comes down, you don't have Hush for that, right?
Right. Yeah, and we push a little bit of damage here. That seems okay. But we are now committed effectively to using this Hush. And it is going to be tough to navigate here for Roji. There's just so much burn in Gregory's hand.
Okay, the open attack does mean that the Hush feels very good, right? And you just get through this. 9 mana remaining. I mean, we're looking at Gregory's side. He's at 2 Decimates, 2 Mystics. So if you can start chugging through those Decimates, you can start to get there. But Roji can threaten an open attack lethal. And you can't cast both Decimates here. So even though Gregory has all the damage they need, they don't have enough mana to get through it, and they have to defend against the open attack.
Yeah, I'm wondering if we decimate, put Roji to 6, play Caitlyn. Oh, Roji gonna be... It's tough because if Gregory plays decimate, it's fine.
Stone broken.
Yeah, we're gonna get stone broken here, and that means we're likely going to have to either play Ezreal. There's still lethal.
Yeah, Stonebreaker is so good in this spot. I'm wondering if Roji's considering if this is like double Right instead. Like you play the first Right in case another unit comes down. I think those are like your only options, but I think Stonebreaker is generally just a better play. Getting that additional face damage, plus you're still increasing the width of your board by 2, essentially, right? By removing a blocker, adding a unit, and Right would do the same thing, except for without dealing the 2 damage. Right? It would still increase the width of your board by 2 by removing 2 units. But yeah.
Stonebreaker also now, because of its ability, is lethal on its own.
Yeah, I think that's a good note as well. So now Gregory is looking for third Mystic or additional damage.
Yeah, there's no Get Exciteds in the deck, so it's just Mystic 3. And there's Rite of Negation.
Yeah, Rite of Negation makes it automatically a win, and the Peacemaker would have done it That is any enemy.
No, you can't.
Is it not?
You can't go Peacemaker
Not face with
I don't
Peacemaker?
think so. I don't think so. Maybe I've.
Wait,
To
no,
an
you're probably
enemy.
right. It just says an enemy. There we go.
Yeah,
There's a clarification.
enemy.
Any to a
Yeah.
unit. It's a unit.
Yeah, it's
We're
a
good.
unit. It's weird because I feel like enemy should also mean your opponent, but it doesn't.
The wording should not be enemy. It should be unit.
No, because your opponent is your
They're
friend
your
at the
friend.
end of the day.
At the end of the day.
The units they play, those are your enemies, but your opponent themselves
opponent
is your friend. We're all friends here in the game of Legends of
Unless
Runeterra.
they spam like 6 Braum emotes at the start of the game, then they're not your friend.
In which case, then
Then
you can target them with
Peacemaker them in the face. Yeah, then you can target their face with Peacemaker.
That would be a really hilarious, Easter egg if like you spammed a certain combination of emotes at the beginning of the game, like you got punished because it like increased the effectiveness of cards. I feel like that's okay.
It's
Like
just
if
like
it
the
only
Konami code
punishes
at the
you.
start of the game, but instead of like up down left right left
Yeah.
right, it's like Braum.
Yeah, it's like Braum Heimer Braum, and like you take like your opponent's spells can now target you regardless of what they are. So like Vengeance Face works now.
Nice.
Use
I like
Vengeance
it.
Nexus.
Yeah, just
I mean,
Vengeance face.
It would only hurt you, right? I'm all for it, but Riot, feel free to do that. Don't tell anyone though. That's the most funny.
It's got to
thing.
be a secret.
Yeah, it's got to be a secret that someone finds out.
It's like the wall in Elden Ring that you have to hit like 90 times. You know?
Yep.
Just don't tell them about it.
See, I don't know if that's a real thing or if you're trolling, and that's the beauty.
Look, there you go. That's all that matters, really. But wide board already for Gregor the Grey. The White Flame is going to be a decent way to kind of defend against this. It just starts to crank up with the Fury and the buffs with Faded throughout. Probably will just see this Pale Cascade on that. And probably wait with the Saga Seeker, keep it alive. You can still get a lot of value. You have the buffs in hand.
Yeah, I mean, we could...
I can go Sharp Sight instead.
Yeah, we could have used a spell on the Saga Seeker and killed 2 units. I guess Roji just wanting to focus on the one for now, not really caring about just the random bodies at this point.
All right, but this is looking terrifying for Gregory the Grey, right? Like, you're playing a Yordles and Arm deck, and right now, Roji on the side with the Pantheon list has the faded units that they need, has the buffs that they need, gonna be able to get gems off of the Goat, and the Goat's still alive. It's getting more than 1 gem when you have double faded on board to be upgrading.
Yeah, and we see single combat, we see Sharp Sight, we see an Aegis, and really... Gregory not going to be able to interact with this at all, just has to hope that Yordle and Arms is good enough, but he's not even wider than Roji right now.
Yeah, it's like, is it ever going to get to the point where it is completely good enough? I mean, maybe so, right? Like, if we get 6 wide, which we can pretty quickly, right? How Hungry Owlcat in hand, there's a lot in hand to go wide. So maybe there's a potential for the next token to be a very good Yordle and Arms. At most right now, you could go 5 wide and you could cast it. But Roji's being able to get a pretty big board. He might even still be able to get trades in that case.
True. Broadwing.
Here it is, though. We are just going to go for it. Try and get back on board here. There's the +4s. Probably just wipes through most of Roji's board.
Yeah, at least going to require some spells, right? That's a given. Sharp Sight onto White Flame would save it. So I think that's probably what Gregory is debating here. Sharp Sight keeps White Flame alive, and then we're in Chump City.
Yeah. Then I guess it's a question of how do you survive from there, because you are taking 11.
Right.
More mushrooms are going to the deck, and there is some amount of burn in this deck via Pokestick.
Right.
But if you can find a way to get Overwhelm, you could potentially just end the game on your next token.
True. Yes, if we have Overwhelm, we can get a Zenith Blade. That would likely just end it.
Yep. Zenith Blade gets you there, because you got the Rally as well. And
Right.
You will have
yep.
mana for
and
both.
Yep. So it's basically Zenith Blade.
All right. That should just be Gregory wrapping it up then, because, well...
Especially with Trist.
Let's see. Pale Cascade into Zenith Blade plus the Sharp Sight. Maybe that's just enough damage.
Would be.
And it's not there.
Taric is it's going to be, I think, too little too late. Gregory very easily is able to go 5 wide. Might have been an all right spot to skip block there, but it doesn't really matter. Trist comes down, leveled up.
Oh, you can even get impacts then. So
Oh, yeah.
that's just guaranteed. I mean, it's guaranteed anyway, just being wide. Not enough ways to block, but it just gives you that extra push. There's just not really anything that Roji can do, and we're going to get a game 3.
War Mother's Call, sure.
Oh, yeah. You just, you gotta actually just pass the next turn so that you can cast War Mothers,
Yeah. Hey, you know what? You get on Fight Night, you gotta win in style. It's not just about winning. And Pale Cascade, not likely to do anything. Grandpa Roji, not even gonna look. That's gonna be game number 2. Going to Gregory the Great.
Yeah, that's going to give us a 3-game series here.
Yep.
Roji going to have to try and take down the Caitlyn Ezreal once more, this time with Pantheon. Because Caitlyn Ezreal is kind of coming back, it didn't share the meta with Pantheon very much. Is this a matchup you're familiar with, Blev?
Not particularly, though. I will say that if Caitlyn Ezreal was heavily unfavored into Pantheon decks, I don't think we'd be seeing it in the ways that we are now, because Pantheon's certainly a known quantity in the meta right now, as well as Yordle and Arms and Darkness. Those are sort of at least some of the pillars of at least ladder play right now. And if you don't have at least all right matchups into those decks, I don't think the deck can really exist in the ways that we are seeing it now. So I have to imagine it at least has a reasonable matchup into this deck. And I mean, it is a deck that is full of removal. Of course, the damage-based removal is not necessarily great against these very tall units, but you do have those 3 Scorched Earths, which can really, deal with anything, and is actually a pretty decent way to deal with a Pantheon as long as you can get that first point of damage onto him initially.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. Also good for like a White Flame getting out of hand, because the way they get out of hand is with Fury, so they're damaged inherently. So I guess that makes a lot of sense for things like Ravenous Flock and Scorched Earth to have a good spot against that. And so, yeah, it does seem like they'd have a good amount of tools to deal with the units, and I think because of that, it probably has a fairly good matchup, because the Pantheon Taric list specifically, like, they aren't running an insane amount of units. They are running a lot of units, but not like a crazy amount, and they're more about building those tall units, like you said. So if you can remove 1 or 2 of them, the deck doesn't have a ton of card draw. It's running, you know, Guiding Touch and Pale Cascade, which can help replace themselves, but it's not consistently just always cycling through its deck, and it's playing a lot of buffs to increase those singular units. So you're going to get a lot of like 1 for 2, 1 for 3 trades on these cards when you do get the Scorched Earth. I guess at the end of the day, it's probably 2 cards to get you there, but still, you'll get positive trades.
Yeah, and then it's really just, potentially a pretty big Tri-Beam killing a unit and generating even just stats on the board. That can be good enough in a lot of cases. If you have that answer to a Pantheon, that can certainly be good enough. We do see the Rally discarded with the Aloof Travelers here. Obviously, Grandpa Roji probably not super happy to see that. Of course, you want to be able to have that threat if your opponent missteps, or just to be able to keep the pressure on. Not going to be able to do that this time, though.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge punish against this deck if they tap out at all, especially for something like a Thermo Beam on a big unit.
I love this attack. I love this attack from Gregory. Roji, with caster vision, we know Gregory didn't have any burn to stop that, essentially that attack from being a chump attack. But Roji doesn't know that. Has to respect the Mystic Shot, and Gregory knows that. Gets a free kill with the Caitlyn. You love to see it.
Yeah, it's great. And then, you know, look at these flash bombs hitting the targets that you need. So now this Ravenous Flock is just activated. It's just a 1-mana deal for suddenly, which is absurd. Station Archivist going to try and find an additional spell that Gregory can maybe use on this turn. A Peacemaker, add more of those flash bombs. Certainly a potential to find play.
Did Roji emote 6 times yet? Or
yeah, can it go face yet? Did we get the Braum emotes?
Can he go face yet? Chooses not to anyway.
Well, consideration to a single combat.
Yeah.
But you respected Mystic on the last turn.
Right.
So how much do you want to commit? Do you want to commit this and then commit a Sharp Sight potentially?
Yeah, did not fall into a trap that I feel like we see happen on stream more often than we should, which is play around a card in a previous turn and then sometimes the very next turn just saying, if they have it, they have it. It's like, wait. You either should have never played around it or you need to keep playing around it. Don't do one at a time.
Don't do both.
Yeah, don't flip-flop every turn.
All right, looks like there was a little bit of trouble there on Roji's stream. We're popping over to Gregory's perspective, and we'll see if we can get that hand up in just a second. But if not, we are going to be riding with Gregory for the rest of this one. Going up against Saga Seeker, going to make the block. You could protect the Aloof Traveler, but there's not really much reason for that. Probably let that trade go through and maybe just look for a Static Shock. But the healing going to protect both of these White Flames, at least from the combat step, from being hit by a Scorch Earth or a Ravenous Flock. You cannot put it on the stack to work. Can't even select that target because it has not been damaged.
Now, we could see Static plus Peacemaker used on the 5/6 to keep the Caitlyn alive, but that is losing to basically any other spell. Yeah,
it actually feels like a play you almost have to make, though. It feels like a spot where if this Caitlyn stays alive, you have pretty good odds of winning the game. You're down to 8 HP, and if you let your board completely evaporate, you don't have much follow-up. So trying to make this work feels necessary. They're throwing another buff into a Fated that's already been used, and you do have this Flock on the back burner to just throw in.
Oh, this is great. Oh wait, no, it's not. Okay, I thought it was the
you thought it was on the 3/3, right? Yeah.
I thought it was on the Saga Seeker.
Initially, I thought so too.
It looked like
it took a second, yeah. That would have been a really great Flock. You can just blow that out, but either way, Caitlyn goes down, but it eats a single combat. 4 mana left. You have the Flock. You can try and just remove these now. You can probably wait, though, at least if you're planning to target the 4/1. It probably is.
Oh, the flash
when
bomb!
You snipe it.
Unreactable.
That's even better. So I wonder if Gregory is considering that, too. There's a good amount of flash bombs in, and they're all towards the top of the deck. It's just the nature of how it works. And instead of using Flock on that low health one, you can hopefully hold on to it and still snipe it with a flash bomb. Got pretty lucky because it was just a single flash bomb, and it hit the right target, but still, I like the playing to your outs. It is probably the best case scenario for Gregory.
Right. Well, we're now in a position. Oh, we can just Tri-Beam. Okay. I was thinking that we're dead to a lot of things here.
Yeah.
But this Tri-Beam is certainly going to do a lot of work. Going to be unlikely to save here. And if you would get a mana gem instead, refill. What?
If you would get a mana gem instead, refill your spell mana. I'm trying to remember Avatar of the Tides because it gives you a fleeting spell. This has been played in a deck before, hasn't it?
I'm gonna just say no.
It was like some meme Nami deck, like early Nami. It wasn't good. It wasn't good. If you get a mana gem, instead of refill your spell mana, when you cast a spell, create in hand a random spell that costs 3 or less and give it fleeting.
Okay. I mean, that's pretty good.
If he was only going to generate... Yeah.
That is... Wait. Oh, it doesn't give you your other mana back?
Yeah. Right. Yeah. Interesting. He's not going to generate mana anymore.
Oh, it doesn't go up.
Yeah.
Ew.
So he should tap out every turn because he's going to get full...
Right.
It's so funny. It's like such a clowny, like...
Now it's just Bull Elnuck. Okay.
Dang, I wanted to see kind of the craziness that would happen because he's got spells in hand. Like, he could cast a Whispered Words and just, like, get a 3 spell, like, a random 3 or less spell that's fleeting. See what he gets, but, yeah, it's a Bull Elnuck.
Yeah, it's a Bull Elnuck, which, you know, been doing work since the very beginning, and as we can see, Roji pretty low on resources here. Like you mentioned earlier, Casa, if you can get through the initial barrage of units and can kill some of these tall units, I mean, Roji's deck is like, I don't know the actual number, but it's probably close to 50%. No, it's actually much less. It's 22 spells, 18 followers plus champion. So it is more than half spells to followers. So if you're dealing with a lot of these followers, there's not necessarily going to be follow-up, and a lot of these hands, if there's nothing on board, are just going to be clogged up with nothing, being able to do absolutely nothing on the side of Roji.
So Gregory has won this game if Pantheon is not found immediately, right? Like this is Gregory's game at this point. Pantheon is the thing that can bail Roji out. Does Gregory have decent answers though? I mean, he's got a stun from Arachnid Sentry. He's actually got 2 sentries, but you know, you're only going to get value out of the development turn.
Yeah, and the problem with Sentry, with Sentry, is that you're not able to actually interact with
the stack
Pantheon if it gets Spell Shield. Sentry does not go through Spell Shield because it uses the stack. So
correct, yeah, and you can't put a Peacemaker on the stack, right? Like you can't do something to stop that.
Right. I wonder, because you have 2 sentries, I wonder if you ever just fire one off here on this goat. If Roji's last card is Pantheon, I think you just, like, you can't deal with, like, having the second sentry doesn't help you, right?
I think if Roji's last card here is Pantheon, you lose. I think.
Well, if they miss Spell Shield, then you can stun it.
True.
Yeah, I think I actually liked I liked firing the sentry off here, and if the last card is Pantheon, you have the second sentry, and if they hit Spell Shield, you're boned either way, whether you have 1 or 2 sentries. So we're now we've lost our Bull Elnuck here, unfortunately for Gregory. So now we're gonna have to see, can Gregory, is Farron and company good enough to end this game?
Yeah, more flash bombs put in. Gonna get 2 of them, which does put them in range for the Caitlyn.
Oh, and levels Caitlyn. Yeah. Okay. This Caitlyn has done work.
You could just go aggressive. Yeah, you could go aggressive with Sentry. Let's try and end the game.
Yeah, I don't hate it.
Well, that's a leveled Ezreal too.
Leveled Ezreal. Yeah, we've got 3 cards, 3 unknown cards. One's a White Flame. You don't really care about that. I have to imagine we're looking at number of sharp sights that have been played. There's one. Yep.
And there's...
I think at least 2.
Oh, no, I think that might have been the last
scrolled
game.
over.
Because the last game there was... No, it could be 2 this game as well.
I think he scrolled past one.
Yeah, it might still be
earlier,
2 this time as well.
There's, I think, 1 left.
You know how you get around that, though? You play both these sentries.
Yeah?
Why not? Because we've already talked through why it's not actually that good of a defensive option. Into Pantheon,
Right.
He's probably rolling Spell Shield. You don't have a way to beat that because you can't put everything on the stack and beat it.
Right.
So just play them on this offensive turn.
Well, yes. I do almost like... The problem is there's no... Like, if Grandpa Roji's last card is Pantheon, having either both sentries or spell plus sentry is still good against Pantheon right now. Although, if Pantheon doesn't roll lifesteal, you don't care. Is this single combat? That would certainly be best case scenario for Roji if this is single combat or concerted strike.
Oh,
And
it's concerted. Deals with so much. I mean, you still... Oh, you can't actually kill it anymore.
No, it's gonna get
Wow.
it's gonna get the 1. Wow, it's gonna go up to 7. It's gonna be 1 off.
I mean, you probably just want the the flash bombs you already have in might be enough to kill it, but you maybe just want to increase your odds with the pace of the Peacemaker. It is a Caitlyn though.
Yeah, it is.
And you are
it is a
considering
Caitlyn.
that.
And that, I mean, that White Flame has Overwhelm.
Yeah, you can replay the Caitlyn because then it does damage to the Nexus.
Yeah, we can replay Caitlyn. I mean, on on open, we've got an 8 power, so we have to block with Caitlyn here. And I mean, if it's Sharp Sight, we're actually not dead to Sharp Sight. We're not dead to Sharp Sight.
Oh, but we are dead to that.
Oh no!
Unless
miss. Wait, that's
It's
enough.
done,
You
it's
can do
enough.
2.
It's enough.
You can do 2 of them. Oh, wow.
Oh, he had a lot of outs there. He had a lot of outs.
He did. There were a lot.
Scorched Earth. The other Peacemaker, Mystic Shot. I mean, he had outs for days.
Yeah.
He had outs
there
for
was
days.
a lot of outs
but
there.
It's so good. It's so
Those
good.
are certainly one of them. Oh,
come on.
Notably though, open attack, not. Oh wait, no, Caitlyn. Yeah,
Caitlyn.
Oh, what?
Oh. Yeah, it's still there. Yeah, it's still
Okay,
there.
we're still good. We're still good.
What a crazy game, but Gregory gets it over Roji. That's so funny. That's so crazy. Felt like Gregory played a little loose in the last 2 rounds there. I would have loved to see the Sentry instead. I think it was less variance. But it wouldn't have given us that ending. So for that, we appreciate you, Gregory. And congrats on moving on. Winner's side. Taking out Grandpa Roji in your very first fight night. Gregory the Gray takes it 2-1.
Yeah, I think I was Freudian slipping and saying Gregory the Great, and that game certainly did display that name I accidentally gave to him, so we take those. I mean, it's really hard to say, you know, we the lines that we were thinking of were certainly different than the ones that Gregory came up with. I liked being aggressive with the sentries there as well, but a deck like that just has so many different lines that you can take, even in those scenarios where there's, you know, not a ton of cards in hand and the game is nearing an end. There's still 5-6 different playable lines that you can take that play around various things, but Gregory able to take it down there. Roji losing a heartbreaker. I know I was looking at chat the whole time. There were fans on both sides of that match, so just glad we got a good one there.
Everyone hates to see Roji lose. It's not about whether or not you're happy to see Gregory win. It's hating to see Roji lose. I think most people are happy to see Gregory come in and pick one up, especially with all he's done for the community as well. So good to see that. Let's go ahead and take a look at the bracket to see where everything else has kind of ended up after round 1. Floppy doing it again, taking another victory. We'll be facing off against Gregory the Gray in the next round. What am I? Also winner's side, joined by Void, who is always someone I love to see Void around. This is the player. Maybe some people remember the infamous happening
Park Wi-Fi
in the seasonal tournament where he lost internet and had to run to a park to play his seasonal rounds on park Wi-Fi and then qualified into the seasonal, which was absolutely insane. Love Void so much. But yeah, exciting first round that we had. We're gonna have the second round coming up shortly, Blev. Very I honestly think most of the results I saw were somewhat expected. A lot of the players that have submitted to come into Fight Night and are coming into maybe their first Fight Night, going up against a lot of the people who have been here many times, and they were able to find the wins. But I'd love to see a big losers run from one of these players. I think the biggest kind of upset, quote unquote upset, that we saw was Gregory the Great taking down Roji. Yeah,
well, we are technically on pace to get yet another rematch. The Beyond Beef of Mudkip versus What Am I? But they both need to win, and well, we just saw that spectacular performance from Gregory the Gray, and like you said, Void certainly no stranger to the top 32 as well. So not going to be conclusive by any means. But you know, certainly good matches coming up.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, looking at the like What Am I Void match, this is like a seasonal matchup. Like this is one that I'm actually curious if they both top that seasonal. It's kind of a safe bet with What Am I, because I
was gonna say it's like extremely likely that 8, What Am I did.
So it's like very likely that it was.
I'm pretty sure, because that was when we were doing the interviews, or you were doing most of the interviews, and I'm pretty sure you talked to What Am I during that. Yeah, so that's my recollection.
I feel like Jordan probably was there. I also think it's like, it's cool to see Void, who was kind of a staple of the old guard of Legends of Runeterra, especially coming from the LATAM scene, going up against What Am I, because even if we haven't seen this matchup in a while, it's definitely cool to see these two go at it, because it's a bit of the old with What Am I. People don't realize this, but he's still somewhat considered like a new school player. It feels weird to say that, but comparatively to someone like Void, What Am I is new school. So it's
back in my day, What Am I was just in diapers playing against.
It's fun to say, but we are gonna head to a quick break. We'll probably have What Am I versus Void when we return, so don't go anywhere. Fight Night Legends return right after this. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends, presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins, and we just got through round number 1 of this week's Fight Night. Moving on to round 2 of winners, and Blev, we're gonna check out What Am I versus Void. We teased it before the break, and it's an exciting matchup. I'm really looking forward to it. I am curious though, Blev, out of the deck list that we've got here, is there anything that really sticks out to you?
Well, we've got essentially polar opposites here. We've got what I would consider probably triple control in the Zoe Lee plus Viego Kindred plus TLC versus what Croc has described as violence.
Yeah,
it's
no,
just violence.
It is. He's just right. Yeah, it's violence.
It is correct. What Am I woke up and chose violence. That, of course, is triple Noxus. I think 9 decimates. We've got violence spiders. We've got violence pirates and violence vandal burn, essentially. So, I mean, this is the extreme on one end versus the extreme on the other end. I have to think that it's probably favored for What Am I, maybe just because this Viego Kindred deck is not the pinnacle of consistency, I think is what I would say. And we see a deck like this, Narzigs, it's going to do the thing it wants to do relatively consistently, regardless of what cards it draws. They all basically do the same thing, and it's going to do the same thing every game. Yes. They all kind
of give you the Will Smith, right? Yeah. That's what each of these decks do.
It's true. You made an inappropriate joke at the expense of a loved one of each of these decks, so they are going to slap you in the face.
Yeah,
live on the Oscars.
I suppose that is what this deck does.
I was wondering how long we would get into the broadcast before we did something like this, and it was one round.
It was one round. It was one round.
We waited one round until we
Yeah, well, anyways, other than that, on the other side, let's take a look at Viego Kindred, though, because this is a deck that I think we like to see. I think it's a really fun deck. It's just that it's super inconsistent, as you said. Yeah. It feels like it doesn't...
I definitely like to see it if I'm playing against it. Because I feel like it takes a master player like a Cameron Hanzo, I'm assuming like a Void, to play it effectively, because there's, like many other control decks, there's a ton of lines that can be taken, but unlike some other control decks, many of those lines will end up with just like actual trash and nothing in play, and not a good spot. But if you take the correct line, a lot of times it can lead to something really great. We do see one of Spirit's Refuge here. The last card cut off at the bottom is 3x Vengeance, so there's nothing else after that. So pretty stock standard list. The one of Spirit's Refuge certainly could be huge, but it is a card that What Am I knows is in the deck and can, to some extent, play around. And if What Am I is able to play around it effectively, you can still win through it.
As a burn player, it's like one of Spirit's Refuge. It's like Spirit's Refuge. It's like he doesn't have it. He doesn't have it.
Yeah, you never have it.
You don't have it because, well, you'll play around it if you can while still guaranteeing your win. But if it's going to cause you to deal like a ton less damage or potentially throw away your game, you never are playing around this like single heal.
Right.
It's rough though, because it will blow you out. Absolutely. Yes. Like if you don't have a way to deal with it, which you might not even have the luxury of playing around it whatsoever. It just might not even be a choice. It will blow you out in some amount of games. And that's a big tick for Void, is going up against this hyper aggro lineup if they can find this card. And that's also to say, if Viego Kindred wasn't the ban, it has a decent amount of tools against aggro, so it might have been the ban, but TLC being another option makes me feel like that probably was the ban, with Vile Feast, Tavern Keepers, Withering Whales, the bot, like that had to be the ban, and I'm expecting us to see this Lee Sin and to see the Viego Kindred.
Yeah, I think it's probably a snap TLC ban. I would be interested to talk to What Am I if it wasn't, because there's something that we're missing. Because it is like basically nothing but life gain and AoE, both of which are very good against all of one of my decks. So it would be very surprising if that was not the ban choice. But we will potentially see if that was the case or not.
Yeah, I mean, you know, Void's got their copies of Lee Sin in hand and 3x crescendum potential with the Gifts from Beyond.
Yeah. What am I nodding the acknowledgement of? Up, they have it. But
there we go.
Does,
Here it goes.
Does one of my not know what is to come?
I guess we'll play crescendum. Okay.
Yep. And how about 2 more?
The old the old copy pasta where it's like crescendum's not that good here, but okay. It was like I think it was a Hearthstone copy pasta where it's like, I guess I'll play mage. Maybe mage again.
Yeah.
You know, it's that, but for the gun choices, it's just crescendum every time.
Yeah, yeah. It's like the that TikTok where it's like, I will put this round peg into the square hole. Yep, it fits into the square hole.
Crescendum.
Yep.
Yeah.
It's just crescendum every time. All right, we are seeing Equinox, Charger, and Moonglow. And yes, we were correct, Casa. It was the TLC band, which means Viego Kindred is the other choice here, or the other deck that Void has. And well, one of mine has 2 burn decks. It looks like Violence: Pirates was the one that was banned.
I'm just like chuckling because I'm like further fleshing out the bit in my head of like, oh, there's a 3 health unit that's very threatening. What do we pick here? Oh, Calibrum. That's right. Crescendum
every time.
All right, we have a big unit that could threaten lethal with Overwhelm. What do we pick here? Oh, Inferno. That's right. Crescendo.
Every single time. All right, so we've got, of course, the Eyes of the Dragon are in. Dragon Leg mitigating a decent amount of damage there, but Void still down to 8. Did we... I'm assuming we had... Oh, yeah, we, of course, have the 2 spells because we summoned an Eye of the Dragon.
Yep.
So that means 2 more eyes here. One... That's a Decimate.
Yeah, can turn your Pokey Stick into 2 damage here by killing one of the Dragonlings.
Yep.
Decimate is definitely a big pickup considering you've got this Gnar on the board too.
True. I will say I think we may have found a scenario where Crescendum is not the big cat. You've drawn the 3rd eye.
We've already... That's right. Crescendo.
Oh boy. There's just randomly a mountain goat in the deck as well. Now, that would be comedy.
It's still Crescendo.
No, we have not actually seen the 2nd spell played yet, but of course I imagine we'll be seeing it here. The Pokey Stick not used on the Dragonling makes sense because I have to imagine we will... Ooh. Well, I imagine that we were going to see the Pokey Stick used on that Eye of the Dragon, but of course, not an option now.
It can still find damage elsewhere. This is... I mean, this still feels like... What Am I's in a great spot. I think the Deny is a little bit scary of a pickup, though. Void picking that up to be able to deal with Decimate. A lot of damage is going through, right? Like, these Dragonlings cannot block the Fearsome. Yes, we do see an attack buff, so that does work. I guess this gets worse because of things like the Concussive Palm, because the Gnar loses so much here.
Gnar gets gets stunned, but we are 8.
I mean, we're dealing 3. Like, they're dead to the spells that One of My has, but just I don't think there's enough mana to cast everything.
No, we can squeeze Decimate in now under Deny mana, which is huge, and it looks like that's what Am I is hovering here. Okay, we are.
That's right, Crescendum.
I would laugh so hard if Crescendum gets picked.
That's the
just like out of muscle memory, just picks the crescendo.
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, I mean, Scrappy Bomb is a turn off of actually just popping and ending on first action here. But
Right.
Pokey Stick can be used. I mean, Deny is going to be up for that. Putting him one off, it's rough for one of my. I mean, he's just about there. And it's just...
Yeah, the consideration here is Fervor can be used to not only deal the damage, but also deny the healing. That is a reason to hold it back. The problem is that by holding it back, you are putting yourself back into deniable range, right?
What if...
It's not an easy decision.
Is this is it ever better to just cast this on Gnar, by the way? Because he effectively only loses 1
the
HP.
same thing. I have no idea. Gnar works very weird in terms of how he transforms back and forth. So I don't actually know what Gnar's health would be
I think it'd be
after
2, right?
that. I don't actually know if that's true.
Now I'm confused because I was so confident that it was 2, but now I don't know.
Well, he
but,
didn't cast it. He didn't cast it on Gnar.
Yeah. Oh, well, no, that's what I'm saying. Is like, I'm confused.
Gnar random, like the way that Gnar transforms is just
Yeah.
randomly confusing. I don't know.
Yeah.
I have no idea how or why it works the way it does.
But either way, Pokestick going face, that's going to get denied. But this was a really good setup from What Am I to try and just end the game. Looks like we will get the potential to kill Gnar.
Ooh.
Wallop can stop this. And there's the deny. Then you just wallop, you stop the 4 healing, you keep your Gnar alive. They heal up a little bit, but you don't get to level your Gnar, which is very important. And there's enough spells cast that there's going to be bit more healing coming through.
Mm-hmm. No level on the Gnar, but the Gnar is still going to generate a Pokey Stick, so that's something. I mean, technically, Ziggs, we're still going to be attacking for... Well, now we're not going to be.
Yeah.
The Equinox on the Fearsome is certainly good here, but Ziggs... Oh, Ziggs plus Gnar's Pokey Stick is still threatening lethal here, even through
the blocks, yeah.
The blocks.
Yeah, I mean, I guess that's just your best case. I mean, What Am I has navigated this very well. Like, this is still a winnable game against the Triple I.
I think What Am I is priced into open attacking here. Even though we know that Calibrum was taken, I think it's pretty reasonable to assume that Gravitum was taken.
Gravitum was certainly an option that you should be worried about, right? Like, you have to play around it. You have to respect Gravitum. Because this at least gives you a potential lethal. This now means that Ziggs can be blocked.
Yep. Yeah, we're off by a good amount now.
Oh, geez.
And a Twin Disciplines.
I mean, that's potentially just game ending. That's 7 damage you're still gonna have to get through.
Yep, we know that we know 3 of the cards in Void's hand: 2 Lee Sins and a Calibrum. It honestly doesn't really matter too much what the other cards are, to be completely honest.
Yeah, you get another draw, another Pokey Stick. Okay, we just chain these. Let's just do it again. Get like one more of those and then a Decimate. How about that?
Sure.
Not quite enough mana to cast all of it right now, but Demolitionist.
Demolitionist, we take those.
Yeah, do it while there's no interaction available.
Mm-hmm.
Back down to 3 health. I mean, the open attack can come through with the lifesteal, but that means Lee Sin doesn't get developed yet again.
Yep. You're getting another attack token. That's got to feel pretty good.
That's really bad. If Void can just risk the Lee, and there's no punish. Yeah, you can see What Am I not super happy about the events, because this is the kind of deck that he should easily 2-0.
Yeah, it is basically the target for this lineup, effectively, right? But You can only do so much against Triple I at the end of the day.
Well,
Zenith Blade.
The crazy thing is if Void draws Triple I, then it's like actually pretty easy to beat. But because they were all off of crescendoms, they are just like self-activating as you play them, which is the reason they're just so incredibly powerful.
Yeah.
You normally wouldn't have enough cards to do that, but because of the fact that these cards are generating cards, which are then allowing you to pull this card from your deck and play it, makes it so that you're able to just have so much. And the fact that this game was close on top of that just shows how lopsided this matchup is. And how, I mean, we'll win this just most of the time.
Guiding Touch, just adding even more of a buffer. I don't know what we're looking for here. Third Stone Stackers, certainly not it. You're not even generating any damage with an attack, and it's just very clearly going to be it. Void taking down game number 1.
That's all right, though, for one of mine. He's got another matchup that is very possible for him to 2-0 with his lineup, with the Viego Kindred. It's... Yeah, it's definitely beatable.
It certainly is. I mean, like we talked in the preview, you're basically only really caring heavily about that Spirit's Refuge. You do have Vile Feast, which of course is fine, or at least good at stemming the bleeding, but a lot of the other cards, like there are some blockers, there's some big units that can kill quickly, but there's not a ton of ability to come back if you're super low on life outside of that one of Spirit's Refuge. And yeah, there are 3 denies and a Nopify, but what am I is going to be able to interact with that Spirit's Refuge, at least potentially.
All right, Chemist on 1. Does have the ability to just get some early damage, has 1-drops. Conchologist can find some pretty crazy things for this deck. Let's see what we get.
Roar of the Slayer.
Huh.
An interesting one.
Quicken is also just immediately an answer that you're giving yourself against the one of Spirit's Refuge.
True.
Plus, you have play effects that deal damage, so it's a pretty solid spell to pick up.
So I think What Am I is deciding if Void plays Camivoran Soldier here. Are we doing more damage by developing or less damage? I think that's got to be the consideration. It seems like the marquee turn 3 play for this deck.
Yeah. I believe the answer is less. Because right now you've got 4, but I guess if there's a Vile Feast, it does throw off the math, because then you're just dealing effectively 1.
Yep.
But
decides to go for it.
Camivoran can be played regardless of if there's Vile Feast, right? Like they can both be played, so.
And have both. This, I think these types of decisions are actually massively important to piloting this deck to in these potentially close matchups, because even if Camivoran is less damage, they don't always have the Camivoran, and not even to lean into the meme of, oh, if they have it, they have it, you know, NA lol. It's sometimes you have to make them have it or make them not have it in order to push that extra damage across multiple games. Like sometimes they do have it, sometimes they don't. And in the games that they don't, you want to be able to win those handedly, rather than always having this like close game.
Yep, this works out. You still deal 3, and you get through a Vile Feast, so not a bad turn. You get the Ziggs on board as well. More Conchologists, so gonna have a lot of just options in this hand. The units themselves, the 2/2s, are not, you know, fantastic, but it's still a body on the board. And they are just giving you all those extra options. But there has been damage this turn, which is huge. You get to just jam the Gnar. He's gonna level. Yeah, I mean,
having to use a vengeance on Gnar, you can't
The
feel
only
too
target-
bad if you're What Am I.
yeah, it's the
Take that
only
mana
target,
trade all
but
day.
like you will, yeah, mana trade. You're happy.
Yep. And this deck, out of Void, basically has no punishment, has no AoE damage.
Ooh, Flame Spitter is very good.
Ton of damage for just 2 mana.
There's Carnivoran.
There's a Camavoran, which I believe was just drawn.
Yep. Not a bad time for a Flame Spitter to actually end up just being played. But I'm curious if we'll try to do... Yeah, so Pet plus Flame Spitter seems like the play.
Yep. Just Flame Spitter, probably a conch here.
Yeah, it's likely just... I mean, it may just be play it on the Ziggs to push the additional damage. Wait.
Flame Spitter gives +2 on impact, right?
Why did I think it was Oron? That's crazy.
No. It is
That
Impactorino.
Makes more sense because that card would be played everywhere if it was Oron.
It was just Grant +2/+0 and
Wait, it's
Overwhelm for 2
Grant?
mana.
Oh my god.
Oh, yeah.
I thought it was just this round.
Nope. It is Grant.
What a cool card.
It is.
See, this is the reason I like Concologist. Now I understand.
Yeah.
I hear you guys. I do. I get it. But this is the thing I like about Concologist is it gives us a lot of cards that we just like never get to see. You know?
Oh, see, I was a Rumble main for quite some time.
Right. So you were playing
I've
a lot
seen
of Flame Spitter. That's
Flame
true.
Spitter.
You were playing a lot of Flame Spitter. That makes sense. I did not play much Rumble.
Yeah. Rumble, I still like Rumble. I just don't. He needs the right meta to be good. So there are no. There's no AoE whatsoever. So I'm wondering why there was no development on the side of What Am I. Maybe just not wanting to play a 1 health unit into a Vile Feast. That could make sense.
All right, but stun on Ziggs. There's the Glimpse. Plus Kindred does get a Slay.
True. We can Pokey Stick the Kindred if we really care. Or Electro Harpoon, potentially. What does that do?
You have to discard one.
Prevents the Slay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Harpoon pretty good in this spot though.
Yeah.
Because you can Pokey Stick one, Harpoon the other. You're getting a lot of damage pushed through. I think you still get to play Teeny Dactyl with all that. Yeah.
Yep. Probably discarding the second Ziggs. I don't know, just
base.
upstairs. I guess you really don't care about this Conchologist.
Oh, not at all. Not at all.
You really don't care about these other units either. I'm still curious as to why that Saboteur didn't come out last turn.
I mean, you can do this and stop the Conchologist from dying.
Yeah. I mean, you also just get to rebuy the Conchologist, which is pretty good. Fading Icon.
Yep, second Ziggs like you predicted. Makes the most sense. All right, Kindred is kept alive.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah, I mean, 2 health to get through, not a lot of regen.
One health to get through. 1 turn to get through, honestly.
Yeah. Pterodactyl will just kill this off unless Void has a way to remove it.
7-10. So there is no atrocity. There is no direct damage in this deck whatsoever. I would not be surprised if we hit skip block here.
Absolutely. I think you just skip block and you just pass the turn until Void does something that keeps them alive.
I would be very surprised if What Am I did not hit skip block here. I don't
Okay, well,
Not that it really matters, but I don't think that What Am I gains anything from playing any cards here.
well, no, he doesn't. I mean, he feasibly, or like, you can argue that the best possible play is for him to just pass the turn until he has to play. Right.
Yeah.
I don't actually think Conchologist opened him up to anything, so I think it's fine. But yeah, he doesn't need to play anything until he gets to the point where it's over.
Vile Feast could keep them alive for a turn. So I suppose actually, okay, Conchologist makes sense because if you find Fervor, then you can deny, or Pokey Stick, then you can sort of win through Vile Feast. So okay, I like it.
Fair enough.
I like it.
Marginally better than hitting pass over and over again.
Yes, marginally. But those margins are the margins that What Am I loves to ride and loves to abuse. So you love to see it.
That's literally all there is in playing aggro. It is like these small little bits of percentage points on finding a victory that you need to execute perfectly on to make sure that you find those wins. Playing aggro at the top level is really difficult because of this. If you make those slight mistakes, it will cost you games over and over again. So, what am I? Gonna be on spiders now. A lot of early plays with spiders here, which is nice. 1 and 2 drops going through. Can play a 2-drop on turn 2 and then a 1 and a 2. Oh, double 1 has been opened up with Stygian.
Yeah.
Void doesn't have good turn 2s. I mean, this is, you know.
Even if it's Vile Feast, it's only actually dealing with 1 unit.
Yep. It's Void's best turn 2 is the Vile Feast, so this is a horrifying thing. If there's no Vile Feast, the game's like so cursed. But it's there.
Quite cursed.
But
it is there. Which is fine. You are, I guess, you're still doing an extra damage than if you would have just played the Arachnoid Horror, doing 4 instead of 3, so.
Yep. Slows development a little bit in the later stages because you have to float this mana, but guess what? You want to cast spells anyway, so.
True.
We're going to be okay with that. Saboteur rounds this out a bit nicely. If you wanted to go for a Doom Beast play a 1 and a 3.
Open attack effectively decimates the opponent, which feels okay.
Yeah, and
trading a 3/2 for a 3/1.
And you do just need to decimate 5 times to win the game.
It's true.
You've already decimated once. I do like going wide here, though.
Ooh. No development. Okay.
If there's Camavorin, it's jammed instantly, so that can't be there.
100%. No reason to hold back Camavorin here because it blocks 2 units.
Yep. So What Am I should have that read immediately that there's no Camavorin.
Yep. I think you can also pretty reasonably say no Spirit Leech either, no Minion, no other Fading Icon, which means they're like
maybe we should have just developed then, right? Like further.
There's no Withering Wail, there's no The Box, there's no like Ruination or anything like that. I think that you can just keep developing.
Yeah, I'm curious why we wouldn't have played an additional unit here. Unless he's just
wants to hold back the burn. But even so, like the horror feels pretty good to play as well.
We're still jamming Doom Beast at the end of the turn.
Yeah, like this.
If Void had tools.
Yeah,
you can get value out of the Kindred at the end of the turn.
I'm trying to think as to why we wouldn't want to play that Doom Beast. I guess maybe just wanted to represent like fervor during combat. That actually could make sense. That like effectively, because like we did see the Vile Feast. So if you hold up fervor, your opponent's not going to Vile Feast during combat, which means you're like effectively pushing extra damage.
Okay, no, I like that. I like that as a potential option.
That's what I'm going with.
I like keeping the fervor around.
Yeah. That's all I got.
Yeah.
I mean, those are the types of lines I never think to do. But sitting in the caster booth and looking and pretending that I'm What Am I makes me think that that's likely what we went for there.
Yeah, and now what am I trying to play around Deny with the Decimate? If people are wondering why the 5 mana didn't throw the Decimate with no other things to do. There is Deny in this list. It is kind of the big thing he's got to play around when it comes to dealing that damage.
Also, what am I, happy to take the, the tempo pass there. Obviously, like the attack last turn was still good. Like it made sense to attack last turn. But there's the Spirit's Refuge, but this I think is just Void saying you don't have just saying you absolutely do not have Fervor.
Yeah, and Void tapping below Deny, so either he doesn't have it or he's fine with this HP value, trading that Kindred healing for the Decimate. It trades the same amount of HP.
Yep. Oh, and you get the second activation of Kindred because it leveled up. No.
Yeah, Void playing this really well.
Playing it super well here. Kindred getting huge, but the life gain opportunities for Void are now just a couple of Vile Feasts. Maybe only one. I don't remember if we've seen one or two, but at most 2 Vile Feasts. Conk Palm going to really slow down what am I is doing here. Fading Icon. We're now just as wide as what am I. Another glimpse to keep the cards rolling. And oh, by the way, let's eat a spider as well.
The Kindred's so powerful, and there's no good attack for what am I.
Yeah, and okay, there is a card that potentially can do something here in terms of pushing through, but it's going to need to be in conjunction with something else. 9, 10, 11, 12 plus 6, 15, 19. What am I does have to block.
Yeah, I just don't think Skitter is doing enough.
No.
I'm not even sure if there is an out for what am I. I mean, he could just get Decimate into Decimate. Can he live long enough with that? No, I don't even think so. Yeah, what am I sees it too. So. There's just no way out from this scenario. And finally, someone is slowing down these two. What am I taken out by Void? Now, of course, he could still run the loser's bracket and make it all the way back to the final. But at the very least, he will not be in the winner's bracket final. Going up against Floppy Mudkip. I'm not sure if Floppy's there, but I'm just saying, hey, these two have been going like crazy back to back to back weeks, I believe, against each other. So
yes,
it's been a bit wild.
It has been a bit wild for sure, of course. Floppy is our winningest Fight Night champion at 5 titles. We had Ultraman on EU at 4 and potentially going on a run, but ended up having internet difficulties in the last EU. But this is actually, we're jumping into game 3 here. Floppy versus Gregory the Great. And it's the same matchup that we saw before, Casa, or at least a similar matchup. This is the Yumi Pantheon deck versus that Slow Burn.
Yeah, Slow Burn. You said it with such a straight face too. You really sold me on it there.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, that is gonna be the Yumi. Floppy does have Pantheon leveled up. I'm trying to get my bearings here, but Pantheon was the big thing that was missing from Roji in the previous matchup. But Floppy being at 5 HP has to be a tough spot. Looking to just maybe Zenith Blade, give Overwhelm. Probably setting up an open attack, but either way, could just do that with Pantheon as well. There is the Bastion. Can stop Saga Seeker from being removed immediately. Okay, so no open. Gonna look to go Zenith into Pantheon.
Yeah, I think Zenith into Pantheon. The problem with this is I feel like getting the extra proc for Pantheon increases the chances that you get that you hit lifesteal, which I think is the if you just have enough burn to kill me, you want lifesteal to be able to single combat and gain life from response. Problem is that if Gregor the Grey has enough damage to kill or enough burn to go face and kill, this line does not play around that.
Yeah. I guess you're just not beating that anyway, ever.
Well, if you open played Pantheon, you have your shot to roll lifesteal, and
True.
then you can beat that. But I think
Thermo, you could Bastion this.
that is essentially saying that you're not going to Pantheon this turn, which I don't like. Though, looks like Pantheon not coming out.
So I mean,
This feels pretty determined here.
We're just
with
losing
the single combat.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah. There's only 2 mana left, so yeah, this should just be.
Yeah.
Should just be
Concerted Strike.
Yeah. No, I was thinking there might be
not
3 mana left, but it's like, okay, well, you still have the Bastion. All right, so it's like always 1 here. But no, there was only 2 mana. That's gonna be Floppy taking. So Floppy, at least, is looking to continue that streak, going all the way to the winners final here. Gonna face off against Void, who can potentially end their run of having those finals. If he can take down Floppy in the winners final, then Floppy and What Am I would have to have their matchup a little bit earlier than they're used to.
Would have to be earlier, and would also be deterministically saying that one of them is not going to be in the grand final. So we'll see. If Floppy wins, then the dream of that is still alive, but Void may be coming in and erasing that possibility and redefining history, maybe starting a new run of their own here in Fight Night, but we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, let's take a look at the bracket. Let's see where everything has shaped up, especially interested in the lower bracket, because we saw what happened up top, right? We saw Void take down What Am I? We saw Floppy take down Gregory. So it's going to be Floppy versus Void in the winners final. But on the bottom side here, Roji, able to pick up the win, will face off against What Am I? And Snuggles, able to find the win to go up against Gregory the Grey. Of course, we'll see how that advances once we catch up with them as well. But the winners final will be our next matchup, Blev. It's going to be Void versus Floppy Mudkip.
I will say, from What Am I's perspective, might actually be sweating a little bit, because when you bring the violence lineup, you're targeting, or What Am I is targeting a specific type of lineup. That is not what Roji brought. Roji did not bring the standard meta lineup. Brought Malphite. Certainly, I think not in the range of what Am I is considering when bringing the violence lineup, but we'll have to see.
He knew Roji was going to be here. He knew Roji was going to be here.
True. True. You do know that. And while you don't know exactly what decks your opponents are going to bring, you've got a pretty good idea.
But also, you can't prep for Malphite. It's a... At least, like, you can't design your lineup to be like, well, I must make sure I can beat Malphite here when there are so many other decks. But with that being said, we've got the winners final coming up in a moment. We're going to take a short break to set that up, but don't go anywhere. Fight Night Legends will return right after this. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins. And Blev, we're heading on to the winner's bracket final. Couple familiar faces, but one especially familiar to the winner's final as of late, Blev. It's going to be Floppy versus Void. What are you looking at for this matchup, Blev?
Oh, well, I'm looking at our champion in the truest sense of the word, the person who has won the most fight nights, period, Floppy Mudkip. I mean, we've had him on in our winners interview more than anyone else. We've seen him in many top 32 seasonals, and now is the Giant Slayer. I think that's what you get.
He's Giant Slayer, and it's the fight night where you can fight him. Because he's always here. He's always here. Yeah.
You better hope you're not a giant. But going up against Void, who did just take down the, we get to make the narrative, so we're calling it the rival in What Am I, who has been in back-to-back-to-back finals, or back-to-back finals for sure. Is it back-to-back-to-back?
I don't know. It's
many finals regardless. I think it's back-to-back.
Many a final. Yeah, probably back-to-back. This would be back-to-back-to-back if they made it. Yeah.
Yes, this would be back-to-back-to-back. So yes, back-to-back.
How many times can we say back, actually, by the way?
One way or the other. But we are here. Void just took down What Am I in, I think an unfavored matchup. I think that What Am I definitely looking on paper, What Am I certainly had the lineup diff there, but that's Runeterra for you. Sometimes the draws work out. Void obviously played very well into the matchup, timed things very, very importantly, and was able to eke out the wins versus What Am I, sending him down to the loser's bracket. But now we're here, winner side, Void versus Mudkip.
Yeah, I mean, I think it was some really great play from Void in tandem with some very nice draw luck out of these two decks, and just piloting it to great success against a matchup that seemed heavily unfavored against What Am I. I think Void is very much hoping to take this win and just make it to the final now, because I don't think he wants to run into What Am I again on the lower bracket, because I don't know how confident you are going up against that same matchup a second time. Maybe if you get two chances in the grand finals, you might feel a little bit better, because you could have the same thing happen that had happened previously. But yeah, Void definitely going to want to win this one and just have that weight lifted off his shoulders of being in that grand finals and getting that invite back. But Floppy just trying to continue to just build this dynasty, this legacy of championships in Fight Night.
Yeah, I think we had Ultraman, like I was saying, is at 4 on the EU side. Did not win last week, so still at 4. I mean, if Floppy can put another one in between, I imagine he will be sleeping better at night knowing that he's got that buffer, and of course, gets the invite back, as well as the prize money regardless. But now we're here, Floppy Mudkip on the Yuumi Pantheon versus that Viego, the Viego Kindred deck from Void.
Yeah, the Viego Kindred. I mean, Void looked really good on that deck. I know it's one that you don't think is great because of the inconsistency, right? It's like one that you've said you don't mind playing against it. It's one I've liked seeing in seasonals, because even though it's been an inconsistent deck, absolutely admit that, I think it's had some spots where it's looked really good against a lot of mid-range, and right now there's a fair bit of mid-range in the meta, especially with all that Demacia, and I think that's partially why we're seeing this as a pick from Void. Now, I don't know if he's hit the matchups he's wanted necessarily. We only saw him against What Am I, and I can assure you that's probably not what he wanted to hit with this, but maybe the Pantheon feels a little bit better, because they just have the single kind of unit on the board that they're buffing up a bunch, and if you can get a Kindred rolling and just kind of take it out each turn, or a Viego stealing it away, I mean, you're in really good shape. Oh, yeah.
You can get Viego rolling, you are in very, very good shape. I will say that this version with the Yuumi, compared to the Taric version, feels better against the sort of removal heavy decks. The Yuumi is quite good at really keeping one unit very tall, and also just refilling more threats, right? Like if you kill the unit, you get the Yumi back. Yes, you kind of have to start over, but you have that additional threat. You have that additional buff for another threat. Or, I mean, you can, in the worst case scenario, throw Yumi down just as Yumi, but that is a worst case scenario.
Yeah. It's not really, like, if that is happening, you're probably losing. Like, the game's probably not going your way.
I would say probably, or at the very least, you have a small window with which to push through. If every unit requires a removal spell because of the Yumi, then maybe you can wear through it. Maybe you can wear through what the opponent is going for. But yeah, I would agree in general, you're not in a great spot if you have to play out just the regular ass Yumi.
All right, but just gonna be a quick block from the prey. Trying to stop that 6 damage. Cash in one of your death fodders for 6 health. Kind of worth it. Take those.
Feels good, especially when you don't have and the opponent doesn't have overwhelm yet.
Okay, prowling projectile is a very good use of the Yumi spell because you don't really. It's the one, you know, the thing we talked about a lot with Yumi early on was the one of Yumi, right? Because you don't normally want too many prowling projectiles, but there are spots where it looks pretty nice in a deck like this, where you have Faded and you're getting that extra bonus out of the buffing ability of it. So, one of those spots showing up here in Concerted Strike to deal with Viego. Potentially gonna be used. I think it seems pretty likely. Only 3 mana. I mean, Void can glimpse beyond on the Viego. You might just need to accept that if you're floppy, that it is something that is going to happen when you use this Concerted regardless.
Yep. I like that. I do like casting this this underneath deny mana.
Ooh, Syncopation though.
Ooh, Syncopation. Okay. That's fine.
That's a punish.
It is definitely a punish. Not the worst in the world for floppy here. You still are getting your Faded proc. You're still killing a unit. Obviously, you would rather have killed the Viego, but Viego currently smaller than the Glory Seeker here, so not super worried yet about Viego.
Okay, just gonna Vile Feast. I think it's just to get a unit to sacrifice.
I was going to say, what does this represent? What does this mean?
What does it mean? It's just to get a unit to sacrifice. Normally, when you see a Shadow Isles deck doing this, chat, I mean, most of our chat are, of course, high Masters players, and they would know this anyway, but for anybody who doesn't, a lot of times you will see this cast as just a way to get fodder when your hand is not great, but you have a lot of ways to draw by sacrificing a unit, and you don't have another unit to sacrifice. You can just Vile Feast, create a little spider, and then we'll see something like the Spirit Leech or a Glimpse Beyond or something of that nature.
Yeah, I don't mind it. Of course, the Vile Feast, I mean, still gained a life, but it's really not. It might be able to proc a break point, but in the case where you have a Yumi, you have this Glory Seeker that has proc Faded, I believe, every turn since it came down. The Vile Feast isn't going to make too big of a difference.
Yep. The thing in this matchup that it does have as a bonus is for these barriers that you'll see on Pantheon, and then the spell shields, right? Because there's Bastion and then the generation of spell shield. So there is some importance to this card, which means Void didn't have a better option to do what he wanted to do with this card. So there's 2 options that he can do with this spider. There's blocking the Saga Seeker when it comes in, because you're cashing in this Vile Feast for essentially, 9, 10 health?
Yeah.
Or using it to sacrifice it for card draw. The pass from floppy is interesting, though. You're just continuing to buff with the Yumi, but you're losing out on a little bit of tempo on the attacks. Maybe a little worried about a buff onto the Viego being able to just trade with your 10-10 and making you reset completely. I think that might have been the consideration there from floppy.
Yeah, floppy is known to love a pass. It did a couple of things. Yes, it stopped the tempo just from the attack in general. It also stopped a Yumi level up proc, which is, I think in this matchup, quite relevant if you can actually get a leveled up Yumi. It also, I believe, Floppy passed the turn without a faded proc. So Pantheon is now 1 turn behind what he could have been. And now I don't think it's going to matter. I think we're still going to have leveled up Pantheon on we're still going to have leveled up Pantheon on attack token, but potentially at, you know, -1 keyword.
Okay, Pantheon just going to stun the spider, trying to prevent the Kindred from getting her mark easily.
Does the spider do anything with the Kindred mark?
I mean, I guess not. It's like the thing that it could do is Phantom block and then sacrifice. So I guess it's not really going to do that much.
Diego's
Despair is going to have you taking some damage from the Pantheon, but it does deal with it.
Yeah.
Deals with a bit more of the board as well. Yeah, I guess really the spider stun doesn't do much.
Yeah, I guess it just... I guess Floppy probably wants the Viego or the Kindred to attack, so you just go...
I was also thinking that it was an attacking turn for Floppy. So that's why I was like,
okay.
Yes, this makes sense.
That would make more sense.
Because then,
that would make a
you know,
lot
when you
more
attack
sense.
with Saga Seeker, if he wants to block with the spider, then he can't just, you know, block with spider, glimpse, get the value, right?
Right.
But that was not the case. And in fact, it was Void's attacking turn.
Yeah.
But now it is Floppy's attacking turn, and that is going to be a concussive palm to stop the overwhelm unit from coming through the Zenith Blade or resolve. The scary thing is just this Kindred, though, because you only have 2 units now protecting. So if there's a way to slay the 4/4, you're marking this giant unit.
Yeah. Here's Pantheon leveled up. Flies up above Runeterra, slamming down. Lifesteal, Challenger, Overwhelm, Spell Shield, and Regen.
Yeah.
And Quick Attack.
What's crazy about that level up animation too is like the world is flat. So I don't know why they...
crazy.
Yeah, like I don't know why they did it like that. Super weird. But you know, I think it looks pretty though. You know, even though it's
they
like...
don't say anywhere that the world is round in Runeterra. Just like they don't say it anywhere on Earth either. It's like very clearly flat. They just wanted to keep it like Earth as much as possible.
All right, but gonna pull the Kindred with the challenge. A lot of good keywords here. Got the lifesteal, got the challenge, got the overwhelm, got the quick attack.
Yeah, pretty good.
Spell shield too, important
keywords.
to note, of course.
Oh yeah, spell shield. Big sharp sight gonna come down. There's not really... The punish here would be Spirit's Refuge, but it's not even that much of a punish. It just keeps the Kindred alive.
Yeah, they just bump, so...
Vengeance doesn't do anything because of Spell Shield. There's no ability to ping plus Vengeance. There's not enough mana. So this is just a dead Kindred. And, like, Viego is at 9. It's going to go up to 12 of 20 here. Still not super afraid. If this is a big turn where Void,
that Concerted's great. That's really good pickup.
Yeah, we have Concerted. We also have Hush if need be.
Yeah, and Kindred was always dead there because of the Hush, right? There's 3 mana left, so no matter like what buff or protection you've got, unless it was like Vile Vengeance, and I don't think there was enough mana for that.
No, only 6 total mana.
Yeah, then Hush was always just gonna be able to block that.
Yep.
And now you got Concerted for Viego, so you're really kind of hard chilling in this spot. It's just a matter of getting that extra 9 damage through. And not letting the Viego level up.
The problem is that Floppy kind of has to I guess doesn't have to pre-commit. If we don't block here, Viego's not going to level up this turn. Oh, wait. Yes, Viego is going to level up this turn, right? 4 plus 8, isn't it? Yeah, so we're going to level up here, which means we have to pre-commit. Which is not too bad because we can either Hush or Bastion if there's a Vengeance in response. Has to be the Pantheon first to play around Barrier. Oh, yeah. Gotta be the Pantheon first. Don't.
I mean, he always still has Hush, but you don't want to force yourself to Hush because you misplayed your Concerted.
Yeah, you don't want to throw away a very useful card for no reason.
Syncopation.
Another Syncopation.
It's so good.
Oh, no. The Syncopations, both of them countering 2 Concerted Strikes. And that is a dead Saga Seeker 15-16. Oh, and not even dead, stolen.
Is he trying to figure out if Hush is going to stop this with the Ephemeral?
I have no idea. I have no idea if it stops. The question is, you steal the unit.
There's
it
Yuumi
still has
back.
Yuumi, right? Oh, you get you. Oh,
Yuumi
okay.
comes back. This I found out because they were talking about possession interaction. So it's the same kind of thing. Because possession's a card you think about all the time.
There was a weird interaction. Oh, it was when Boulevard and I were casting 2 weeks ago. There was an interaction with Yuumi and it's the 4-mana PNZ like imposter card that like copies a
shady
card. Shady character. It was generated off of something, and I don't know how the stats were determined, but it did not have a Yuumi on it.
Right.
Long and short of it.
Okay, so it looks like Floppy gonna go for the kill on Viego instead of going for an attempt at lethal. Actually, probably not having enough juice to get to the lethal. I guess you could, right? Camivore and Soldier. Oh no. We're a little bit off there. Sorry about that.
Yeah.
I think we can get like 1 off, but
oh, look at
the
this.
preemptive Hush.
Yeah, the Hush is fine, but guess what? Guess what Prowling Projectile does? 1 damage randomly.
Damage.
I guess this would have still worked. I was wondering.
Oh, did I?
Brutal.
All right, I mean, that's got to be GG, right? Void's got it.
Yeah, we're gonna steal, we're gonna kill Pantheon. Oh, yeah, we have the 13-15.
But the minion. Now it's over. Now it's done.
Oh, we're gonna have OTK.
Of course.
Oh, we get the. Oh, it gives it back. Okay, I've never seen leveled up Viego last this long.
Yeah, usually the game ends.
The game almost always ends. Okay, so we're not dead.
Okay, so we're keeping it. Yeah, we're keeping our Panth. We're good. You just take it.
This is 18. You can take it, or you can block. You can kill some things, I guess. It doesn't really matter.
Third Syncopation just ends you from the Viego jumping into combat.
I mean, if that were the case, why is Viego not already attacking?
That's true. That's a good point. Hey, that's a great point, Blev. That's a great point you bring up there.
Also, if there's the third Syncopation played, we need to contact Croc because there's only 2 in the registered list.
Hey,
so.
that's another great point, by the way. That's a good point.
Okay, so the classic, I'm going to just sacrifice your unit.
Yeah.
And I'm going to be that tasty snack Pantheon. Let's get him instead.
All right, but yeah, I mean, Void got there with the Viego. He got the Viego on the level up.
Well, yeah.
Oh, Dispel Shield? No. Okay, I was like 100% sure it didn't work, and then the animation was taking a second, and I got really confused.
you just see Pantheon struggle and
Yeah,
break through
like,
the
he's
Viego.
fighting back, you know?
Pantheon fights it.
He was holding on.
That could happen. If it was Yu-Gi-Oh, that would have happened. Like if Floppy Mudkip was encouraging the Pantheon, I think he could have broken the spell.
It was like Pantheon was like there's the Pokemon games. I don't know if it's every gen or just certain gens that had it, where it was like your Pokemon refused to faint because it didn't want you to be sad. And that was Pantheon right now for Floppy Mudkip. It was like,
yeah,
your Pantheon refused to die to Viego because it didn't want you to be sad, Floppy Mudkip.
Well, unfortunately, what Pantheon wants to do and what happens are not the same. Void taking down Floppy Mudkip in game number 1 with the inconsistent deck. And we've been seeing this deck be kind of consistent on camera, at least.
Void's going crazy. Void's playing so well on this deck too. He must feel very comfortable on the Viego Kindred.
Yeah.
Making really solid lines through these games, and that matchup does feel like one that you want. That feels like one that you really want with the Viego Kindred. It looked really good. It looked like both champions do just so much work in this specific matchup. You can buy enough time with your fodder to just get to that late game, and you can get through all the answers with the syncopations. We saw that into the concerted strike twice, keeping the Viego alive, looking so good on that list. Now TLC gonna be the other deck.
Yeah, and this is like OG TLC. This is not this is TLC. This is not something else. We're seeing spectral matrons. We're seeing Lissandras creating wanderers, and but we also see 3 It That Stares as well. I think we've now got the Buried in Ice It That Stares Wombo combo tech into the mainstream now of Freljord control decks. So can kind of answer almost anything that is put forth by Floppy Mudkip if you have the ability to cast those.
All right, but this is going to be Floppy on Draven Scion. So we are back in time a couple of months.
Yep.
But yes, this archetype in general has started coming back with the Caitlyn Ezreal.
Yeah, this is, I mean, these are sort of like the, you know, there's, you see like Draven Scion is like an orangutan, and the Caitlyn Ezreal is like a silverback gorilla, in that they have a common ancestor of Draven Ezreal, but they have evolved in different paths.
You know, I was really curious where you're going with that, and I was not disappointed.
Yeah. I think that metaphor actually makes a lot of sense.
It's phenomenal. Like, it works so perfect. Yeah.
The thing I messed up was that this deck is actually a boom baboon, not an orangutan. Sorry.
Yes.
It's a boom baboon. This deck is a boom baboon, while Caitlyn Ezreal is an orangutan.
I think it does serve to make it more confusing to call it a boom baboon. So I think you were spot on. I think you were spot on.
But we are here. The common ancestor of Draven Ezreal is apparent in this deck, of course. Although this is like a Draven Ezreal and like Draven Jinx. This is also like almost like a fusion of those two decks in a way too.
Yeah, I mean, it's a ways down in evolution, right?
Yeah,
like that's
true.
It's been some time.
Yeah, Draven Jinx is like Cretaceous area or whatever, and Draven Ezreal is like Jurassic, and now we're like closer to modern times with these decks.
Gotcha.
Surprisingly accurate metaphor.
We have to really flesh out the lore on this metaphor as well.
Yeah, we need Jeff Goldblum to come on and explain this. It would be really, if I had the Jurassic Park theme on the soundboard, I would be playing it right now, but I don't have it on hand, so. Bum, 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 bum. Da, 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 Legends of Runeterra. Bum, bum. Okay. That's probably good enough to get us DMCA'd, right?
We need to get John Williams on.
Anyways.
Retainer.
We're 6 rounds in. We're just starting to get into this match. That is the beauty of the TLC decks, is that they kind of kind of keep the game from being played for the first few rounds.
That's true. It does let us talk about, you know, the ancestry of these decks and then break out into song. You know.
True.
The score for Fight Night was brought with consideration to John Williams.
Yes. Played by John Williams in the LA Symphony Orchestra. But yeah, I mean, if you look at the TLC deck, really the ancestor of that is the who was it? It was
the
Tides of Time. She Who Wins that deck.
Jeez.
Back in the alpha days, like first wave alpha days. Deck had like an 80% win rate.
Yeah, if this is a silverback gorilla, that's a trilobite.
Yeah, yeah, that's like just barely. That's just barely a multi-celled organism.
All right, but there is a good amount of removal remaining for Void with these wide boards. Like a Blighted Ravine just absolutely crushes this right now.
Mm-hmm.
Finally, Tavern Keeper gonna heal up a little bit. You can kind of bait more units to hit the board, but that is gonna be a Scion coming down leveled at the very least.
Yep, and yeah, Scion does the thing. I think Floppy really. Oh, such
Ravine's just so good here, and like you have the Vengeance for the Scion as well. And yes, of course, he can rally off of it, but you've got ways to just deal with this champion. You're not completely doomed by this champion existing on board, and you're already removing everything else. Like if he swings in, you could block with Trundle and then just avalanche the second part. You've got options, right?
Yeah, I mean, like, if you're able to, if the Vengeance comes out, like, yes, you get to rally, but, like, it's still only one attack. Like, yes, it's technically two, but if it gets killed on the first one, who cares?
Yeah.
Like, that's still only one attack.
Like, it gets scarier with the Farron on board as well, because now you've got two major targets to deal with, but that would completely tap out Floppy and does give Void potentially more options. I'm looking at this hand, though, and how do we best want to navigate a Scion Farron board with a Trundle and then a Vengeance in hand?
Yeah. I always like to just do the thought experiment of what Icequake would do.
Sure. It's good to think about.
It would basically be 10 damage, so probably not great. We'd level Trundle here. Get the effective pass. Boom. It's also just 6 extra health in this case because, well, they both have Overwhelm. Gotta love the World Breaker Trundle skin. Great skin, by the way.
Yeah, fantastic. So now, if you block here, it is going to rally, and then you don't have all this effective HP in front of it.
Right.
So you can Vengeance first on the Farron, and then it is just the Ephemeral Scion coming in the second time, plus you get the 6 HP from your pillar. This does feel like the best way to execute on this.
Yep. It does. Oh no, we have second Trundle in hand with that Icequake because I'm pretty.
Yeah, you got another Trundle.
No regular Icequake in the deck.
Yep. So
yeah, this
is just 2 more damage coming through.
Yeah, which I mean, Floppy will take what he can get, but this is certainly not what he wanted, not what he ordered when he set that turn up.
Yeah, considering what strong units were on the board, Void has avoided so much damage. Can reestablish Trundle, get another pillar for the next turn potentially, and start to put some counter threat on. Force Mudkip to respond. There's a Scion. That can at least block and trade with Trundle and potentially rally, but it's not going to be maybe enough damage in response. It is the 10. Actually, that would be good for Floppy. So that probably stops the Void attack. Interesting.
It's gonna come through. Block. This will push 1 plus 5 is 6 damage. This comes through, and yeah, this will be
good for Floppy, I think.
This will be 9. We could do upwards of 10 damage here. And then, yeah, I mean, this is just like any of the multiple pieces of burn. Of course, we have the box, which is going to at least kill the poros.
Yeah. Box, or you could just whale.
Oh, yeah, whale's significantly better. Yep.
Yep, and you get to draw as well. Going to 9, which you're not... I mean, you're not just like straight up dead at 9. 8 is scary because of the double decimate, and that is what Floppy's considering with the spinning axe. Put him on 8, double decimate on my next turn.
Yeah. I don't hate it. And then they're going to need either another whale or a vile feast or a blighted ravine just to stay alive, and you have the get excited.
Yeah. Make them have more healing right now. I like this.
Sure.
I think this is very good.
We're going to have exactly 10 to play both of those decimates. I have to imagine that that is going to be better than developing it all. There's just like does Tough Nexus change this?
I think it does. It's 1 away from each of these spells, which puts it as 3, 6, 7, 8. It's still 8 damage, but with Blighted Ravine healing.
Farron, I can't imagine Farron is the play here.
I mean, just like fall flat to removal, to Vengeance, right?
Vengeance, Buried in Ice, even just that stairs just goes block. Having more, like you already have the requisite number of decimates.
Yeah.
You don't need more. You don't get to carry those over.
Ice Pillar was played, so...
Did we just die? That was a mistake.
Yeah.
That was a mistake. We needed to play Blighted Ravine.
Okay.
And that's what we call an oopsie, folks.
Oopsie.
Okay. Yes. Chat says Blighted seemed better. I agree. Well,
Void.
You know, I think that was a like, okay, I know I need to play this Blighted Ravine, right? I need to gain the life, but I want to, like, I'll get value first, right? Like, I'll just play the pillar, and then it's like they play the second decimate, and I'm like, wait,
you get the Pikachu face. We have that emote now, right? We have Poppy does it.
Yeah, we do have that emote.
Yeah.
That was yeah. That was what else can you say except for yikers? But we are here, Floppy. Tied it up 1-1. We've got the Yumi Pant versus TLC.
Like, the reason it's so funny too is like how good Void is. It's just like
such tight play up until exactly that moment where it was just like
that's why I every time on Fight Night when we see something that dumb, it's like, it's so funny because these players are like insanely
So
good
good.
and they play so tight a lot of the time. And
Yeah.
it's the everyone's human moment of Void just like hard running it down. Oh god.
It reminds me of a time I was playing in a Magic tournament, like a local, like low stakes Magic tournament many years ago. And I was watching one of my buddies play against this other guy, and this other guy just, like, I don't know, forgets a trigger or like something similar to that extent, where it's like he just straight up forgot something and ends up like it will cost him. And he goes, "Oh, I think I forgot my whatever it was." And my buddy just looks at him and just says, "Oops," and just wins the game. And Void goes, I think I should have just played Blighted Ravine. And Floppy Mudkip just looks at him and says, "Oopsie."
Oh god. All right, well, now it's TLC versus Pantheon Yumi. Saga Seeker already just getting cranked up by the Yumi. We got a big board on turn 5 for Floppy.
Yep.
Void gonna have to try and find a way to come back.
Gonna be tough. The Yumi level up is actually quite relevant. Getting these units large, also very good. I mean, getting them out of the AoE range is very good. Obviously, you're able to do that quite quickly as Floppy Mudkip, just given the fact that you just play these faded units. I mean, Wounded White Flame is basically never in AoE range except for the box specifically, which is not up right now. So like, there's 3 units that are, so we're going wide, but we're also going to be very easily be able to go tall as well, and that is a tough thing for Void to deal with the exception of the Buried in Ice That Stairs combo, which can deal with basically anything, but that's going to be pretty slow.
Yeah, it's probably going to take too long. Like, looking at just the tempo that Floppy has, and the board being so wide, he's got the Pantheon follow-up, he's got all these buffs, right? I just don't know if Void has the tools to get there. I mean, maybe this Icequake can help slow things down, actually, like, unironically being a decent play if there's a development, but it's very difficult.
Yeah.
Like, it's one of those spots, because I'm with you when you talk about, like, always wanting to look at your Icequake and just be like, okay, is this ever playable?
Right.
Because it's such a wonky card. It's very janky. It doesn't, you pretty rarely see it get played, but you just need to buy time for, as you said, the Buried in Ice That Stairs kind of play is the biggest way to come back against this Pantheon.
Yeah, this is a weird play to me. This like plays very much into Vengeance, obviously. I suppose that if Vengeance is there, it looks like we're probably just gonna get a freeze.
Ooh,
we're going for
okay, just
Fury.
try and kill it off. It's gonna get punished by buffs, but maybe this is just the line that Void sees as a potential
punished by buffs. Yeah, that feels a little sus to me.
My curiosity on this play specifically, right? Because looking at the hand, it feels really tough when this attack token's going back on the other side. I wonder if Void is just considering that if that goes through, it is the best way to win. And if it doesn't go through, then yeah, he loses anyway. But he was probably losing without that. And that's
true.
That for me is what that play reads. So this one, obviously, the last game that was just a oopsie whoopsie.
That
right?
was a
but like
that was an oopsie.
But this feels like there is some merit behind it.
Yes.
Very unlikely that ever works because of the amount of buffs. But I'm trying to think, like, what are you doing if you freeze that and you get to the next turn? Like, looking at his hand, what are we doing?
I really wanted to rip that Yumi spell end of turn there, and I guess we're not. We could open attack for lethal.
Yeah,
that would be the White Flame would be at 4. We'd be, I think, that Yumi spell at end of turn was actually like a pretty good open attack for lethal. The only things like Vengeance, you need to rip a Vengeance, because I think if there was a Vengeance last turn, you would have played that over Fury, which means there's unlikely to be a Vengeance. You'd probably need Withering Wail just to survive, but it would be like almost your entire turn and you're just gaining life, not doing anything to the board.
Yeah.
Now, like, we get to develop. I mean, this is still almost certainly fine from Floppy, but it felt like a very low risk, very high reward play to just rip the Yumi spell at end of turn on the unfaded White Flame to kill the only blocker, and then open attack with Sharp Sight to like push a ton of damage. I'm sure Floppy is thinking of something specific that I'm not, so I absolutely trust his line of play over mine, but it seems like that felt pretty low risk to do that.
Yeah. This spot is definitely perplexing me a little bit, as just far as like, I'm really sitting here, like, looking at Void's hand, and I'm like, what would we be doing if we hadn't made that play last turn, right? It's like, what is there? It's like you just re-jam Trundle. And then what? We did that anyway. There's a box. Doesn't feel like you're doing much. So, interesting spot. Either way, we get to the other side here, and Floppy is attacking for nearly lethal.
Yeah, but notably not lethal.
Yeah.
And we are going to be able to go pillar. If we go pillar, matron into Lysandra, does that give us a Watcher? Vengeance is interesting. I mean, even if Watcher comes out, we have the stun. And also Watcher doesn't kill like it used to.
It doesn't
so
even
it
kill you
doesn't
anymore.
even matter.
This had to be what exactly buried and nice into it that stairs, but that doesn't even do it because Pantheon has spell shield.
Yeah. Okay, Lysandra comes out. We've got a tough Nexus. Cool. We have a Vengeance. Cool. We have a Vengeance and no way to kill, no way to proc the spell shield.
Yeah. I mean, Floppy's done it again. He's done it again, Blood.
Somehow, some way. Someone's going to need to tell me why that end of turn Yuumi spell wasn't correct, because it's still eating at me. I feel like it was the right play, but
I mean, you
either
might just
way,
be right. You know, it's possible that you're just right.
I don't know.
Like
some players,
Floppy,
I will contest their lines of play, and I'll feel confident in mine. Floppy is not one of
Floppy
those players.
Floppy is one of the best players in North America. Easily.
Yeah.
Easily. Nobody's going to contest you on that. He's one of the best. He's still going to make mistakes, just like we watched Void.
True.
Near the top of LATAM, when people talk about LATAM. Very good player, right?
Oh, yeah.
Literally just forgot there was a decimate in Floppy's hand, right? Like, it happens. It happens, man.
Yeah. Sure does. And I don't think we're going to be able to stop 19 here.
Does not look like it. There's a Vengeance, a box that doesn't do anything, and then the Lysandra generated spell, the Ice Shard, but we get the Yuumi level up on the game end. Kitty. There we go. Floppy going to another grand finals here at Fight Night. It's just crazy.
Absolutely insane.
It's just insane that I think keeps doing it with consistency.
We might be, if not already there, vastly and quickly approaching the J Tamunda streak in terms of consecutive fight nights played in.
Yeah, I mean, we might have already. I mean, I don't know. Floppy is just he keeps coming back. J Tamunda did get second like so many times in a row. Actually, it was crazy.
Yeah.
So yeah, it is. We'll have to talk to Croc a little bit and see if we can figure that out. It's harder to track that than just wins, I guess, but we'll figure it out. But Floppy has been here just so many weeks in a row. He's continually popping off. This is just like becoming Beat Floppy Mudkip is the name of the show. It's no longer
is the Giant Slayer.
It's no
if you
longer
come into Fight Night as a giant, guess what? His name gives it away. He will slay you.
I mean, who's gonna stop him? Who is gonna stop him?
I mean, we did see What Am I Stop him 1 week. I mean, they are, I believe, are they 1-1 in their series? In grand finals? I think that they are, so it's possible. But I don't know. We'll have to see.
Yeah. I mean, who's gonna stop him from making it to a final though?
Oh,
he just keeps getting there. He keeps getting there. I mean, you know, the streak of wins, yeah, it's been stopped. What Am I playing great? Might even make it all the way back up again. We'll see if Void can. Let's take a look at the bracket, see if What Am I still in. You know, let's see the losers bracket has progressed. Take a look at that in just a moment. There it goes, and he has.
Oh, he's still in. Poor Grandpa Roach. You really do hate to see him lose. But also, I'm a sucker for the storyline. I also am a huge fan and friend of What Am I. So I'm always rooting for him.
I'm a fan of violence. I love aggro. So if you bring triple aggro, I'm just gonna root for you. I will just have bias immediately that I want you to win and progress in this tournament. And What Am I is playing triple aggro. So, you know, look, hey, we can have bias here. We do whatever we want. This is Fight Night. We do whatever we want here, Blood. And I'm gonna have bias towards aggro players. And I'm gonna cheer for What Am I, because that is what I want to do.
Yeah. One thing we have never once tried to pretend or have stated is that we won't be biased on these casts.
Huh.
Seasonal, that's a different thing.
Oh, that's
although
different.
I still lean into it when I'm on the seasonal. But these casts, no, we are definitely being biased. We're picking favorites. We love the storylines. All the players are great, so we get to root for everyone. We also get to pick the ones that we like to root for a little bit.
For sure. And with that, we're going to continue on the lower bracket and see who will challenge Floppy Mudkip for the title in just a moment. But we're going to go to a short break. Losers semifinals when we return. Don't go anywhere. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins, but actually, we're just here to see if anyone can beat Floppy Mudkip. As we move on to the losers bracket, Blevins, it's going to be Snuggles versus What Am I? What Am I, of course, has been in the finals against Floppy Mudkip in the last 2 fight nights, and he's going to see if he can do it again.
Yeah, I mean, has a well, honestly, I would say has a really tough road there. Of course, we'll be going in depth into that match in just a bit, but What Am I fall to Void earlier 2-1, but we've mentioned it a couple of times. I think What Am I is actually quite favored in that matchup just from the lineup itself. So if What Am I is able to win versus Snuggles here, might actually be favored to get that back-to-back grand finals rematch versus the champ Floppy Mudkip.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to do his best too, and Snuggles holding the line for Void. We'll see if he can keep the big bad What Am I away from Void and the rest of the field of players. But What Am I, of course, woke up, chose violence. We got the triple aggro again. I don't know if he brought that the last couple times, but I know the first time he came back to fight night, he did have that triple aggro. Gonna be jumping in. We'll see the bans. It looks like the ban will be on FTR.
Yeah, makes sense.
That is gonna be Spiders banned away from What Am I?
Yeah, the good and bad thing about picking a ban if you are Snuggles here, the good thing is that you get to you don't really have to think about which deck to ban because they're all the same. Bad news is that if you didn't want to play against aggro, well, oops, I guess you have to, because you're going to be playing against 2 aggro decks no matter what. So we will see how that plays out. This is the Lee Sin matchup that we saw What Am I lose to Void with, but it was through 3, not just Eyes of the Dragon, but 3 Gifts from Beyond. I guess technically 2 Gifts from Beyond into Eyes of the Dragon, then 1 drawn Eye of the Dragon, plus another Gifts from Beyond that got a Calibrum. But essentially worst case scenario for What Am I, and it was still such a close game.
Yeah, I mean, this is a drawn Eyes of the Dragon, which is a lot worse than the one coming from those gifts. And What Am I got a lot of 1-drops in this opening hand to get pretty aggressive here.
Yep.
On this attack token. Can go with the Saboteur. It can go just fully wide here.
Yeah, and I think that's on the menu here. Now, Concussive Palm stems the bleeding a bit, but not by that much.
Yeah, it also notably doesn't activate your Eye of the Dragon this turn. You can only play the one spell. So yes, it stops 2 units right with the blocks, but not gonna allow you to do more. We did see the hover there from Snuggles on the potential of using that Zenith Blade. So you could Zenith Blade plus one of the Twin Disciplines. You can only block 1 unit if you do that, but you will get your Eye to be activated, and you'll make it healthy enough that it can block very easily here. It just becomes a very big blocker. Those are the 2 plays. I think
What Am I is happy with that for sure.
Those are the only 2 valid plays out of Snuggles' hand, and deciding to go with the, I don't know what kind of option to call it, but going with the Concussive Palm as the option.
Yeah, I think if you are Snuggles, this is probably the play you have to make. I think that the other one is just, you're just taking so much damage and you're relying so heavily on that Dragonling. You don't really even have a great, I guess you would have a reduced cost Deep Meditation, so that makes sense, but you don't even have that great of a way to create the Dragonling on defense if you take that other line. So yeah, I like the line that they ended up taking much better than the alternative, but we are here, and it's still going to be a lot of damage coming through for What Am I here.
Yeah. Interestingly, this is always twin, right? So What Am I is not going to pokey stick that. It's 1 health, and you cast that Zenith Blade. It's like you are so confident that is a twin disciplines, and it is, right? So one of my holds on to this pokey stick. He can send it upstairs later. He can use it to stop the lifesteal from one of these dragonlings down the line. There's a lot more options to play with on that. Importantly, you just cannot throw that into the eye of the dragon. You know it's going to get stopped.
Yep. I like pokey stick now. See what you draw. You're underneath. Sentry's not too shabby. You can use that aggressively. You're underneath deny mana, so you've got out here. We can go let's see, we've got 7 mana. Yeah, we can go Precious Pet into Sentry. And then we have the Fervor still.
Yeah, you can almost almost certainly find a lethal here, right? Because you can stun one of these targets, right? And then you can just Fervor whatever one gets blocked. Then the rest of that damage coming through should be enough to pretty much get you there, especially with Decimate on the follow-up.
Yep. It's gotta be the Dragonling, right? There's just no reason for it not to be, I don't think.
Yeah, I don't think so, right? Like, I mean,
still...
yeah, you're probably Fervoring anyway, but there's a chance that Fervor gets nopified or something, right? So you want to stop the lifesteal at all costs.
Yep. We're still in deny territory. I don't know if there was a deny, if that would have been used on that skill there. It's possible.
Yeah, there's 3 copies of it.
I think it's at least a consideration.
Nopify still on the table after this the Daybreak, after the Solari Priestess.
Yep.
Meteor Shower probably the choice, but you'll never find time to cast it.
Yeah, good luck with that one.
Yeah.
Okay. Down to 1. Still has Nopify mana, so I imagine we will not be casting Fervor here. I think that there will likely be a better time to go for it, especially with no Dragonling.
I agree.
On this turn. I feel like we can can set up an open attack that is just very much lethal and not have to cast this Fervor.
Yeah, I think you can set up a time to guarantee it's lethal instead of worrying about getting nopified there and then like it chaining into a deny and then some kind of comeback.
Yeah. Also, open up on Decimate works too.
Yep. I mean, if there's a deny, then you still have Fervor potentially, right? Because there wouldn't be any mana to answer it, and then you're guaranteed lethal. So this was much better from What Am I to play it in this kind of fashion. Plays it really safe. Plays around every out. Now, even if there was one out, there had to be many outs there on the side of the Lee Sin player. But really, you know, Snuggles was in a really deep hole, and What Am I just made sure he was shoveling as much dirt on top of Snuggles as he could.
Yeah. Absolutely. Needed to stay ahead. I mean, we saw there, like, able to navigate around one Eye of the Dragon relatively simply. I mean, it wasn't... it's
a natty eye, too. It's so weak comparatively to what he played against earlier.
Yep.
I mean, we talked about that, Blev, of just, like, Eye of the Dragon, just an Eye of the Dragon versus getting it off of gifts and the difference that makes.
Yep.
It's so insane.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing it here again. Yep. The Eye of the Dragon gets the block, but it is 7 damage to the face. No Dragonling. Round pass. Yeah, what am I...
Give me my attack token. You don't want to make Dragonlings?
Give me my attack token.
That's mine.
No Dragonling on your defense? Yeah. Sure.
We take those.
Yeah.
So many players would play for the MF because you've also got the Island Navigator, right? So like you just want to jam that down, but you can just completely stop them from getting anything that they're trying to put together with the life gain and just get another attack token.
Yeah, this, unlike Scouts, is not a Misfortune deck. Misfortune, it was a good friend, Flindo, was the one that sort of bestowed this to me in a deck like this. MF is a 3/3 for 3. Yeah. That is how you need to view her. She's not a champion. She doesn't level up. That's not even text on her card. The fact that she has the love tap or whatever the first level of it is just gravy. But play her as a 3/3 for 3. Block with her if you need to. Trade her off on attacks if you need to. You don't care about leveling her up ever.
Yep. For sure. That is a great way to put it. It is not the win condition of this deck at all.
Yep.
She just, think of her as similar to Ziggs as well, right? Where Ziggs is just getting that extra little gravy on it, as you said, right? A little bit of extra damage coming through. Just a nice 3-drop, just stronger than any other 3-drop in the slot. And you don't need a different champion. You're not looking for that. Just looking for that extra damage, that extra push.
Yeah.
And you get that with MF. There's the Zoe, but Snuggles already down to 7. And this is what I like. This is what these lineup matchup should look like for What Am I against Lee Sin, right? Like he has so much pressure. Even if there was a Gifts from Beyond getting the 1 Dragonling, he's still gonna beat that, right?
Is he gonna deny this? No. There's no way that denying this is correct.
I'm thinking about it, right? Because you kind of need this eye if you're gonna stabilize.
Yeah. But we're not even getting a Dragonling, right? Like this is the first spell of the turn. I think What Am I couldn't care less about that.
Oh no, he does not care.
In fact, I think probably happy to see it. I think the consideration there was, do you not want to play this spider because you want to play the Island Navigator and do a scout attack? Open attack is probably just good enough.
Yeah, open's really great. I think that it's a fair consideration, right? Because the develop punishes aren't too scary from Snuggles.
Sure.
But it could be another Conch Palm or something of that nature. And realistically, your open attack is very, very powerful with adding the spider to it. So works out pretty well.
Yeah. Trade away your board. Sure. It's fine. We allow that. Chat saying, it must be hard for What Am I waiting 45 minutes between rounds.
That's a rough life.
True, though. True.
Yeah, you could still get nopified here, but he's going to just risk it, I guess, on this at this point.
This is a low, this is a, unlike the last time where, like, Notify and Deny actually made the game for What Am I, would have made the game for What Am I much trickier. Instead, the Notify there, like, if the Notify is there, sure, that's fine. Like, you're not doing anything proactive. You're probably going to be keeping that Notify up regardless, and sometimes they don't have it and you win the game outright. You don't give your opponent another turn to maybe get something funky off.
Yeah, and that's why Lee Sin is just a terrible deck.
Well, you heard it here, not first.
I also have to bring it back, right? Like I think people can accept this at this point, that if they bring Lee Sin to Fight Night, I'm going to make fun of the deck choice. It's going to happen. You know, Void is trying to prove me wrong sitting in Loser's Bracket Final, but, you know, Snuggles brought Lee Sin, got 2-0'd by some aggro. It happens. Snuggles had a great tournament overall, making top 4 is always very good in Fight Night. It's a tough tournament. You know, you look at the results and you're like, 4 out of 8, that's not great, but it's good considering the strength of bracket that we always have at this tournament. So really well done from Snuggles, and you know, just because I hate Lee Sin doesn't mean it actually is a bad choice. I'm just saying it is. You know? I
think honestly, Lee Sin probably you know, said some inappropriate jokes at the expense of What Am I's lineup and just can't. Okay, no, we're
bringing it back.
We're bringing it back again. We got to get him out because it's not going to be. Well, I would argue that it's already been overdone, but it's definitely going to be overdone next week.
Oh, it was overdone within an hour. Yeah, it was. I didn't even talk about it. It was just like, an hour. Yeah. I don't. No comment.
We got 24. We get 24 hours of a free pass. Then it's dead meme, and the Majin Blev meme can come back.
The Majin Blev meme can come back. That is a good. I was having a good time with. I had to stop myself from tweeting like 6 more of them. I tweeted the second one. And I was like, that's already enough. And I was like, I had a bunch more, and I was like, maybe another time.
I just knew it was successful when people stopped quote tweeting the original and stopped
Start making
tagging
their own.
me in them. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's like, okay, I just see one like pop up. I'm like, okay.
Yeah, it's just vibing. It's a good meme. It's a good meme. It's a good format. It'll stick around. It'll come back. It'll come back. Anyway, with that, we'll also be coming back in just a moment because we got to go to a quick break before we got the losers bracket final here at Fight Night Legends. Don't go anywhere.
modifiers and, you know, variance happens in games like these. And, you know, what am I the type of player that's deadened to that on the inside because he's experienced so much?
Yeah, what am I has experienced plenty of tournament play and going to be trying to deal with yet another Lee Sin matchup. Stalking Shadows, though, the Spiders did fall flat against Viego Kindred last time around. Gonna need to find the win on this list.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's certainly possible, or rather, it's certainly probable that What Am I is able to find the wins here. You know, I mean, this is the looking eerily familiar to last time.
You know, Void's just a really good player.
Built diff.
He's got his crescendos. He's got the third eye in hand.
Sure.
At least it's not another crescendo. I guess it wasn't another crescendum last time either, but it was a third Gifts from Beyond, which is a 1-mana spell, which is very strong in general. But attack token, gonna be able to reduce the attack of everything. At least the fearsomes are getting in, so you're getting in for 7.
Yep. It's a lot. Half the life total.
Might just have to be a twin. Yeah. In fact, there haven't been enough spells played yet, so it's definitely a twin. Yeah, what am I know? This game's done. I mean, it's like looking at this hand.
Yeah.
You're taking no damage here. You're going to be able to keep these eyes going.
Yeah.
And once again, look, we talked about how this is a matchup that What Am I should be able to beat. He should be able to beat Lee Sin, and he still potentially can 2-0 the Viego, but this is crazy that Void is able to just win both of the game 1s on Lee Sin. You know?
Yeah. I mean,
Big.
You play the deck and you play the cards in the deck to draw the cards, and sometimes you draw those cards. There it is. This is going to be basically resetting the life total for Void, which is not at all what Am I is looking for. Now, okay.
Double skitter
Big
on the
Frenzied
turn 6
Skitterer
token.
Turn could definitely be something here. Is there ever are we ever leveling up Elise? I mean, that the line?
Might be an angle.
I mean, we level up Elise now, and there's not really anything that Void can do here.
We level Elise, we go into a double skitter turn. With leveled Elise on board, everything's fearsome.
Everything will be fearsome.
It's pretty good.
We'll probably overwrite the rear guard. Yeah, seems fine.
There's still attack buffs.
Sure.
For the side of Void.
Yep.
But we just need to push enough damage that these decimates can get there. I mean, there is a deny that we can see.
Yep. Might be. The funny thing is that Conch Palm, you might as well not even cast Conch Palm now. You can just wait and get the same effect. In fact, it's worse to cast it now because you can overwrite the stunned unit.
Yeah, Lee Sin played as a blocker.
Okay, but
now he can't block.
He looks like he's pretty close to leveling up, so
That's
the
true.
Twin Discipline might get there.
Especially with that, why can't I remember the name of the 0-mana card?
Moon Silver.
Moon
Why
Silver,
did
yeah.
I remember? I never remember these things.
And like that's one that I just know. I don't know why that one disappeared.
Yeah.
That's okay. We talk about that card all the time. It's such a good card.
Yeah.
Every time Targon's around, especially Zoe's, right? Like you're always like, wait, is the Moon Silver gonna make a big difference? Big in Lee's Index, but anyways. That's neither here nor there. The attack coming through. Considering if any challenges are important, do you want to try and just kill off all of these eyes and play? Do you want to play the long game, or do you go for this attack with everything and just try and threaten the lethal? Like there's a lot of questions you have here, right? Because there's 4 mana only, so not a lot of spells to be played. I mean, you're like, what am I not happy about that, right?
No, second
Moon Silver levels Lee.
Twin. Yeah, this looks like it is going to level the Lee.
Yeah.
We're going to go block. So we'll effectively be at 20, or I guess even more than that, 21 effectively with the blocks. Still going to be pushing a lot of damage here.
Yeah, dead to
This
double
will be-
decimate, but there is a deny.
Yep, a deny.
And
Elise
the open
is
attack
now
with all
gone.
the... Well, you get +2, because you're not going to generate more than 1 Dragon Link.
Right. Also, what's Zoe at? I guess if she's not leveled up right now, it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, for the lifesteal.
Yeah.
She's close.
Okay.
I mean, Sonic Wave Resonating Strike might just get you there. Yep. Okay, that was a 9 of 10 on the mouse over.
Yep. Though again, it doesn't really change much here. We're gonna go up to 11. Like still possible here for what am I? It is likely going to involve it's going to involve burn, not units, because we are going to be giving everything lifesteal this upcoming turn. So we take a look. Doom Beast. Well, we have to. What am I has to figure out? I mean, Doom Beast does the same amount of damage, and it's more.
More mana.
It is more mana, which is, I think, probably the issue, because we're going to need more than this, I think.
I think he's going to be running into mana issues on this.
We'll have 2 left on this turn if one of my plays the other Demolitionist. We'll be going into 8. One of my will have 10 total mana.
Yeah, is he just always losing to this deny? Like, he's trying to go for double decimate this turn, and then the deny's just killing him.
If we have a fervor somewhere, at least
that's true.
Really
Could pick up a fervor. You do have, like, you have a board.
This gets denied.
I mean, this is the out he was playing to, right? Like, this is the out he was playing to, is the double decimate. But the deny was there.
Deny's there. I'm just wondering if... No, it's just got to be decimate into fervor. And that, as it stands, is winning right now.
Yep, the fervor will win. I mean, one of mine is just like one time, you know? One time.
Right.
Oh, there's a meteor shower. There's a meteor shower.
That's...
Oh, so no targets for fervor.
Yeah, fervor now gone.
Yep. Shower is a good find. Oh, does
Shower
he hit it too?
was
Does he
big.
hit it too? He doesn't hit it. Okay.
Didn't hit
He doesn't hit it.
All right.
All right. So Lee Sin finds another win.
Yeah.
That means one of my is going to have to take out, I believe, I actually wasn't paying attention if that was Viego again, but I assumed the ban strategy was the same. It felt more of a like draw diff than a lineup diff in the first matchup. So I think that one of my probably taking the same kind of path, and Viego, there's some answers in this deck. There's ways to deal with aggro, especially Chemivore and Soldier being able to just shut everything up at turn 3. If it is a turn 3 attack token for what am I?
Yeah, it is like right in between a control deck and a mid-range deck, right? And that plays well into what am I is bringing here, which is like hyper aggro. So Void able to play this, slightly earlier, it plays earlier to the board than some control decks do, which bodes well at being able to stop these, triple and quadruple 1-drop draws.
Right, Ziggs on 3, attack token is for what am I's 1 and 3.
Yeah.
And
Pretty
there
good.
are blockers available for Void, but no Chemivorin, but still these fading icons do pretty good job of just kind of slowing everything down.
Yep, but we see the Vile Feast not lining up super well right now.
Yeah, it's actually a great note of this hand from What Am I is just how well it lines up into Vile Feast, right? Vile Feast feels... It's not a dead card because of the fact that it's still always going to be able to generate that spider and heal one, right? Like, it's always doing something good. And now, of course, right, it's going to be able to deal with this 3-1. But until then, every unit would have not at least died to it. So they're still going to get their pressure out. They're still going to get that damage out.
I do really like the play from What Am I here to get that 2 damage in while it is basically guaranteed. Yes, this does turn on the Vile Feast, which is not great. But you know, you're getting essentially the free demolitionist, or close to free, like the, you know, that it was going to trade with the 3-1 either way. So taking this, What Am I? Probably pretty happy to not see a glimpse here, which means the resources are actually kind of taxed, right?
Yeah.
We see 2 denies in the Hand of Void, which, given how this game is going, they're not going to be as effective as they were in the last matchup.
Void finds a Spirit Leech, though, and that's big. Able to deal with the prey, find some new cards. Because it's a great point on the denies. The denies are actually, like, they're fantastic against burn. When you stabilize the board, you want to, like, pull them late game to answer the decimates that are going to come towards the end of the game, right? But getting them early, they're just completely useless.
Yeah, they really clog up your hand, and they, like, if you're in a position where you need to keep them up, all of a sudden you're just not keeping up with the board, and that is... It's unacceptable, honestly. There's no better way to say it. It's just not something that you can effectively do. Oh, this bouncing bomb feels so medium here.
Yeah, it's very mid.
It's effectively only getting rid of 1 unit, or 1 blocker rather. We're targeting the minion. Which is a tax on the mana, sure.
These twin disciplines have just been brutal in this matchup with What Am I?
Yeah,
Both decks, they've just been absolutely a nightmare. And this board, it just feels like you can't even attack into it.
Attacking doesn't do much. Viego just kills the Ziggs. You are honestly, I guess we're just getting 3 damage in here. I don't know if attacking with the House Spider does anything here. I don't know that I like that attack.
Yeah, because the twin disciplines is just getting extra value.
Right. You're just throwing it away just because.
I mean, the stone stackers stay alive, I guess, but I mean, that's just Void's choice on which one he wants to leave alive. And stone stackers, I mean, they're going to be worth 2 more damage, but that puts Void on 10. You need a lot more to get through here. And now the denies are starting to look good, right? If you're going to be at 10 and you've got the board in an even spot, you can now stop everything that comes through. Minion just being a crazy card, too, because you just jam it down, it blocks, it comes back, you always have a new blocker.
Yeah. Now that the board is stabilized, all of these mana sinks, whether it's minion or deny, seem so much better, right? They are really good at doing the thing that you need them to. Like, are we in a position where we have to fervor the Viego?
Yeah, you might need to, awful. And Void's even found this glimpse, so that's not even going to really work. This is just game, I think. I mean, Void is just in such a phenomenal position. There's just not anything What Am I can really do. It's going to be a stun on Viego, swing with everything else, or something of that nature. And I guess he got Gnar, but not really doing much. It's a Kindred even to just add insult to injury for Void. He'll put that down alongside a Glimpse Beyond on this turn. Keep killing more things off.
Yeah. Not at all what Am I is hoping for here. Yeah, I mean, this is just, it's just got to be it,
Thanks,
right?
Twitch.
I mean, oh, good old Twitch and unavoidable ads.
Good old Twitch.
Make sure to write to your Twitch senator and say that that these ads are awful.
Your local Twitch representative.
Yeah. I'm Bob Dole and I approve this message.
Oh God.
I don't know why I went there,
I'm
but
Bob
here we
Dole.
are. And what am I hoping that Void skips block here? That would be 3, 6, 10, 13. It would be lethal technically.
That's true.
Or maybe he takes a really greedy no block. I mean, this is... I'm trying to see a line here. Attacking, just attacking with Gnar makes sense. Just get your pokey stick. And hope that we're drawing a bunch of fervors.
I mean, what it looks like at this point, though, is it really looks like Void is going to be stopping the streak of What Am I Floppy Mudkip finals.
Yeah.
And we're going to get some Viego in the final on top of that.
Yeah, we're going to be seeing a rematch of the winners finals here. Wallop might be able to keep What Am I alive for another turn. Seems unlikely, though. And even if that's the case, I don't think lethal is in sights for What Am I. Zig's not quite doing it. What am I, still potentially seeing a path to victory here. We have... Theoretically, we can kill Viego with Gnar next turn. Love this attack with just the mist. It is threatening lethal, so it's forcing a block.
Yep.
Not doing anything else too fancy. Just generates another mist.
Levels Viego.
Yep. Which means we are killing a Gnar. Oh, and we're also getting a Kindred trigger onto a Stone Stacker. If we draw Decimate, we hit for 1, 2, down to 9. Plus 7 is still 2. I think I have to imagine it would have had to have been like draw Decimate here. And then draw another Fervor and hope that opponent doesn't have the multiple denies in hand that they do.
Yeah. I mean, the mist is already too big for Gnar to actually get through.
Yeah.
Yep. What am I? Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
I agree.
I
agree.
Yeah, I think this is just what am I hoping? There's some, I mean, just going through the motions, really. I mean, there's really no. Although we did see Void make a game losing mistake earlier. I think in this position is going to be a little bit harder to do that.
Yeah, I don't think it's gonna happen. I think Void easily can just open attack and end the game. Gonna see a Fervor to the face. We can get the teeny dactyl and then a decimate off the top. If you even had the first priority, would still be one off.
Yep. Yep.
Once again, Void gonna find the 2-0 and going to prevent the back-to-back-to-back finals of What Am I versus Floppy Mudkip. Gonna get their rematch against Floppy. Floppy still, though, gonna just look to extend this lead of Fight Night victories over everybody else. He's at 5. He's looking for his 6th. And he already beat Void earlier in the bracket.
Yep. Not to mention he's on the winner's side, which of course means he just needs to win one best of 3 here, where Void is going to need to do the bracket reset. But, you know, Void's making it back now. Won the unfavored matchup twice now. Versus What Am I still am sticking to my guns and saying I'm pretty sure What Am I is favored in that matchup, but was not the way that the cards played out. And here we are, Void moving in to the grand finals.
Yeah, I mean, I still, you know, I'm with you, Blev. I think if Lee Sin isn't drawing 2 to 3 Eye of the Dragon every single game, then they usually should lose. And also, even doing so, they can lose. So it's not like, it's not even like in the best case scenarios, they still can lose those games.
Yep.
And What Am I got very close to taking them down in both of those situations. So really is just some good piloting from Void and a little bit of luck there in a matchup that is rough. And that's how you have to do it. You have to play to your outs. You have to play the best game you can. And you get rewarded as Void. Gonna beat What Am I twice, making it to this finals. I mean, this is gonna be another fun matchup. I think Floppy versus Void is great. I think Floppy does have some light advantages in this matchup in particular, but I also think that Void hits some of the decks that he wants to here with the Viego and the Kindred, especially going into the Pantheon matchup, which we saw work so well for him in the first match between the two. So it's gonna be a fun one.
Yeah, it definitely will be. Void, obviously, I mean, you're just always coming into the grand finals at a deficit if you're on the loser side. That's the nature of the double elim, is that, well, if you haven't gotten that first loss, you still have that extra life on the winner's side, which, of course, is what is afforded to Floppy Mudkip here going into these grand finals and going for an unprecedented 6th fight night win. Absolutely insane. But Void, if there is someone to do it, it certainly seems like he has at least a little bit of hero plot armor here, maybe being the Giant Slayer and taking down Floppy Mudkip.
You could just call Floppy the Giant, but I know you're very committed to calling Floppy the Giant
because
Slayer.
we're not Giant, we're Giant Slayer. Wow, that doesn't even make sense. Why? What? Who would even suggest that?
Oh my god.
This is a horrible suggestion.
Well, it is week 60, and if Floppy can win this one, he will have won 1/10 of all of the fight nights that have happened in the Americas, which is crazy in itself. But we are going to see if he can accomplish that as we move on to the grand finals. We're going to go to a short break, but Fight Night Legends will return right after this. Welcome back to Giant Slayer's Fight Night Legends presented by Wisdom. I'm Casanova, joined by Blevins, and we are moving on to that grand finals, Blev. It is Floppy Mudkip versus Void. Floppy is back here again. But before we jump into all that, Blev, why don't you go ahead and break down the format for anyone who is new or just joining us here?
Absolutely. Well, if you are familiar with Fight Nights past, at least in the past 2 months, it's the same format. If you're familiar with the seasonal, same exact format. Double elim with 8 players who we have handpicked and invited. Every single match is going to be a best of 3. And then it's just Riot Lock. 3 decks, no region, no duplicate region combos, no champion overlap. We are doing 1 ban, but to win, you need to win with your 2 remaining decks. And that little black box at the bottom is ever so relevant right now. Grand finals from the lower bracket wins. In this case, it's going to be Void. There will be a bracket reset, and they're going to need to win an additional best of 3. If Floppy Mudkip wins any best of 3, that's going to be it. Done and dusted. It's over. We'll have a 6-time champion crowned. And he'll, of course, be taking down the better part of our $50 money match, Casa.
Yeah, we're going to take a look at that bracket to see that journey to get there from Floppy and Void. Floppy taking down Goddraw, then Gregor the Grey, and then taking down Void, going in a winner's side. But after Void was able to take down What Am I, and then falling to Floppy as well, he takes down What Am I again. And now he's got the other rematch. But will it be a repeat like his previous rematch, or will he be able to turn it around? That's the big question, Bliff.
Yeah, it certainly is. And, you know, Void certainly has a shot. I mean, he took a game off of Floppy. Of course, Floppy has not been unscathed. Gregory also got a win. But, you know, I saw there were people in the chat, people in the chat like to chirp. They're saying, oh, I'll come in, invite me to fight night. I'll take down Floppy Mudkip. They say, oh, I can win against Floppy Mudkip. I can end the raid. You know what? That's poppycock. There's no way that they can come in and beat Floppy. You want to do it? Sign up for fight night and get in here and try. Take your shot. But if you take your shot at the king, you better not miss.
Yeah. Or just
better not miss.
You can chirp if you want.
Keep on chirping.
It's a chirp-free chat. Just go ahead, chatting. Chirp. Just chirp it up.
Yeah.
Lots of chirps in the chat. Chirps in the chat, actually.
It's not chirp-free. Chirp away. Chirp away.
Chirps in the chat for everybody. Chirps in the chat. We'll see if anybody can come through and take down Floppy. Is it Void? Can Void take down Floppy? That's the question, right? I mean, we saw
that. I won't use poppycock for Void, because Void certainly has a good shot, and certainly is the only person right now that has the shot to take out Floppy Mudkip. And Void is gonna have to take 2 shots. I said don't miss, but well, you're gonna have to take 2 shots as Floppy Mudkip has the Guardian Angel.
Yeah,
and I don't know why we haven't used that
twice.
Yeah, you need to not miss twice. That's what I can't believe it's been 60 episodes and we haven't renamed the bracket reset to the winners finals gets a Guardian Angel. That just makes so much more sense.
That's true. I mean, this is like Guardian Angel just like isn't in LoR. It's like for
but it's in.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying that's ever stopped us before.
They should put Guardian Angel in LoR. I mean,
yeah,
why not?
It's like just a buff card. It just basically brings something back to life after it's killed. Like
honestly,
it or something.
What was
half HP?
What am I thinking? What was the 8-mana Demacia spell that everyone hated?
Unyielding Spirit.
Unyielding Spirit. They should have just made Unyielding Spirit Guardian Angel and said when it dies, it comes back. There you go. I fixed the card.
The Chrono Shift Zillion spell.
Yeah, it's like Chrono Shift.
Yeah.
It would have been fine.
Okay.
I mean, it wouldn't be good, but they could have,
They could do it. They could do anything, really, when you think about it.
Yeah. I mean, they could play off of the popularity of Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel right now and just put Monster Reborn in the game. Shout outs to production for reminding me that Monster Reborn is a card.
Hey, happens. All right, but Floppy
anyways
has his Farons, which can become a liability against Viego in the late game. You kind of want the wide board early on, try and get pretty aggressive. And Floppy not really hitting that. So just going to be trying to get a little bit of pressure in early on. The Risen Rider can't get through because of this 3-1.
Yep.
And it's just a little bit of chip damage from the Poros. So it's going to be a long game, which does favor Void.
It sure does favor Void. It is not looking super great for Floppy here. Sump Dredger is quite decent at the very least. It gives you a little bit of draw power and a body on the board. Right now is sort of an awkward time potentially for Void. Kindred does come out, but Kindred's not amazing here. We could just see Get Excited to take out the Kindred. We could see an attack. There's a number of decent options here.
Yeah, it feels like there should be some level of consideration to just to Get Excited on to the Kindred. Of course, Glimpse is up. The mana is available, so Floppy would have to accept that a Glimpse could happen.
Yeah.
With the board being so wide, I think it does make the Pharons feel a lot better too, because, I mean, 4 Decimates is one short of just killing someone with Decimate, if you can keep the game going long enough, and as long as they're not, you know, just the only unit on your board and getting destroyed by Kindred and Viego, then pretty powerful, pretty nice in general. So I think Floppy's going to want the board to stay wide, which it will, even through attacking a little bit here. But certainly not going to want to allow that Kindred to just run rampant. So I'm curious of how he will deal with that. Will it just be the Get Excited?
We Get Excited now. It does open up the Glimpse, but we do get to keep the Sump Dredger alive, which is not nothing.
Yeah. In fact, it is something.
It is Sump. It's something. This also does keep a Poro alive. Not 100% sure why we're not seeing why we didn't see the Glimpse fired off here.
Yeah, are we just holding it as an enabler later? I guess we have all the cards we necessarily would want right now. You've got the Viego, you've got Chemovoran, you're going to draw with Spirit Leech anyway. So maybe there is some consideration to just it as a trigger for Viego or a trigger for your Kindred later in the game.
Yeah, I can definitely see it. Also, you know, Void is a bit mana choked right now, so I don't hate it.
Yeah.
This Vile Feast feels on the Sump Dredger feels pretty all right.
We said goodbye to one Pharon, but that also does mean that the Scion is gonna level when he's played.
Yep. Okay, we're killing a Poro instead of the Sump Dredger. Okay.
Yeah, Sump Dredger now is just dealt with by the Spider.
Yeah, I guess pushing the 5 with Viego isn't that relevant at this point.
This turn 6 sure is awkward.
Yeah. Like, basically don't want to do anything. Discarding an Arachnoid Sentry feels bad, but it feels better than the alternative, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, I guess so, right? Like, we just play a bunch of Poros, start getting some chip in, and then you hope that your Scion and Pharon can bring it home.
Right. Yeah, just chip away. This guy is going to go through. Void really valuing the spell mana here. Or... okay, using Glimpse.
I mean, it is absolutely. So you want it as an enabler for Viego.
Sure.
He's just continuing to get those mists rolling.
Yep, that makes sense. Makes sense. Another Vile Feast.
Lost Soul's a little late. You would have liked that when you were trying to discard something.
Yeah, sure would.
Another Kindred.
Yep, Kindred is basically saying 2 of your Poros are now dead. And the funny thing is that Viego, it's not going to take much for Viego to just be bigger than the Scion.
Yeah, I mean, he's almost there already, right? I mean, he's just gonna keep generating these buffs. He's already at an 8-7, so he's
Yeah.
already bigger than Scion, but he would trade still.
Mm-hmm.
We get the Jam Farron and just start to go aggressive with this big board, and can this finish it off? I mean, that's the question, right?
Yeah.
There is a Vengeance available. Spirit Leech gonna come down just to give more options. Vengeance still castable, and Conch Palm picked up alongside an additional Vengeance.
Yeah, that's pretty good. Viego blocking now is just 0 damage coming through.
You could take a little and just Conch Palm the Scion, I guess, and then you're just trying to look to continue the Viego and Kindred show to try and win off this game.
Yeah, feels like you don't really need to do much more than that.
Yeah, stop the last Poro. Just stop as much damage as you can.
Mm-hmm. All right. That's going to be leveled up Kindred. I have to imagine Viego's pretty close to leveling here.
A lot of burn.
Yeah, I mean, it's technically enough burn in hand to win. And I'm honestly not sure that, I don't know that Void is killing fast enough.
Yeah, I mean, you block with the Farron this turn. You can even just block with Scion. You just need to be able to cast all this stuff and
you just need to not
hope
die.
You don't get denied.
Right. Don't know that we have the luxury of playing around deny.
Yeah, I think we don't. And I think that's somewhat advantage to Floppy in the sense of just like there isn't a deny there. And he's just going to have to jam these spells. And by doing so, I mean, he will win.
Yep. This is probably a calculation of, is there a world where I beat deny? I doubt it. This would be 4, 7, 8, 9. You're still 3 off. You need to draw another Get Excited. And actually, even if you did draw another Get Excited, you're still off by a card. Oh no, you're not, because the Lost Soul generates the other card. So yeah, another Get Excited would actually play around deny. But guess what? It's not there. Now, does Aggressive Vengeance 7, 10, 14, 17, 18 still not lethal? Wait. If you Vengeance the Farron, I think Mystic Shot will still allow you to live, if you need to, but
that would cut out some of your burn.
Oh, that's true, because the 1 life was gained. If you Vengeance the Farron, okay.
Oh, I mean, that should just be a win for Floppy.
Yeah, unless there's a deny. Oh, there is a deny!
Oh, deny off the top. But can Scion in his 2 attacks brute force a little bit of damage? He can't,
the first
right?
attack does nothing.
And then you got Vengeance for the second one.
Oh, we may have needed to Boom Baboon to try to do something. If we were gonna Boom Baboon, we should have Boom Baboon before.
Yeah, if we Boom Baboon
I guess
first.
Kindred is also.
But she wasn't as big.
Oh yeah. Well, I guess then you're in the same position, right? Because you just Vengeance after the Boom Baboon's played, and you effectively remove the rally. So
yeah, I suppose so.
Sense. Okay, so I guess it didn't really matter. But because there was no attack last turn, I don't know that Floppy's dead. You can block Kindred and not take that much because Viego's dead. Although
he can also play this Lost Soul after he casts the Get Excited.
Yeah. Also, if Void plays Hydrovine here, nope. Okay, does not play the Hydrovine. I mean, there are. Okay, just
Played both, so he can't play the unit this turn, but he can play it next, and he's not dead to open.
I feel like there's no reason to also play the Mystic Shot. That feels sus.
All right, but the deny pulled off the top. Void has been able to hold on. Boom Boom Boom's not the answer you need. And a Nopify will answer Mystic Shot. It pushes a lot of different spells from being out. You need to decimate off the top.
Yeah. Decimate off the top will do it. Farron will not do it.
Farron will give you a decimate with enough mana. So Farron will do it. In that sense.
Right.
But
you'll have exactly
we discarded
13.
1. Are we running 3? We are not. We're running 2. And Mystic, it's going to be Nopified.
Oh,
he found the deny into the Nopify. Void is drawing like an absolute god today.
Wow. Well, you play the cards to draw them, and they came about in timely fashion. Boom, baboon. Not going to do it. Open attack will put this one out, and Void wins game 1. The first series of this grand finals.
Void just hanging on. He's playing really good Legends of Runeterra, and he's just being rewarded with the draws he needs today. I mean, against What Am I? A lot of very clutch draws, a lot of very clutch mulligans. And then here against Floppy, finding the deny to save you, and then finding the Nopify immediately after that saves you again. Crazy to see. Crazy stuff. And Void now a game up against Floppy in the first series between these two of the grand finals. Floppy gonna have to bring it back now.
Yeah, gonna have to bring it back against the TLC, I believe, is the deck, unless Floppy has changed up the ban strategy, which I don't think that he likely did. Especially considering it worked before. So, yeah, there it is. TLC versus Yuumi Pantheon. The Yuumi, we've seen be very effective in a lot of these matches so far.
Yeah, so as much as we talk about Void drawing like really well, every game we've seen Floppy playing Yuumi Pantheon, he has started with Saga Seeker Yuumi in the mulligan. Yeah. And so it's like, you know, he's also having not a bad time in a lot of these hand states. But this time around, Void, double vengeance, gonna be not too bad to like reset some of these Yuumi stacks. Just the early game maybe a little bit slow for Void, but at least having a sentry to maybe round this out.
Yeah, and as we see, there are not a lot of units for Floppy, right? The Yuumi can come down, sure, but you kill the Saga Seeker and don't really have too much else. Deciding to go for the Yuumi rather than the Zenith Blade. Makes sense. Again, Yuumi level up is a real... It's a real thing in this matchup.
Yeah, there's the first one. We'll be able to just keep buffing up this Saga Seeker. Probably going to eat an early vengeance from Void.
I would imagine so. Okay. Well, Golden Aegis, depending on what's played here, okay, it looks like it is going to be nothing.
I feel like Void just waits for like the next buff on this Saga Seeker and then just rips the vengeance. I might even wait till next turn, just kind of depending on what we see out of Floppy.
Yeah, and this is the classic Shadow Isles Freljord fork, where If you go too tall, you've got Vengeance to counter that. If you go too wide, there's Blighted Ravines and Avalanches and boxes and all this stuff. All sorts of things to counter that too. So we will see what we're going for here. There's the Vengeance fired off. But we did get Pantheon progress, so not nothing. Two 5 on Panth. Can go to 3 of 5 if we want to Yumi.
Okay, just gonna Yumi on the Blinded Mystic. And can just push 5.
Yeah, as much as Floppy Mudkip is a lover of the pass, I think against this deck and with the Yumi level up being relevant, I can't imagine that it's correct to take the pass there.
Yeah, you gotta start pushing some damage.
Yeah, you gotta win eventually.
Go.
Okay,
so getting
go.
more units, which is really big. This is very easy to just have a entire hand of spells. You need to continue to have units because Void will deal with the targets one at a time.
I am the type of person that just really wants to get that last Zenith Blade out of my deck. Like, I hate having it in there. I don't want to draw it. I want to concede if I do draw it. But this play makes a lot of sense, of course. Let's kill the Trundle. Let's get a nice open attack. We even get to heal up the Bladed Mystic if we want to. Void does have the combo set up, though. Buried in Ice. There's mana for it. Into Hit That Stairs. On 8. Potentially backbreaking. If we see it. And I have to imagine... I don't even think that this Pantheon is leveled now. I think he's either at 3 or 4 of 5 with this Zenith Blade. 3 Sisters. Interesting.
Wow, gonna entomb? Deny this? Interesting.
Okay, we can entomb It That Stairs. That also works. Oh, that gets rid of Yumi? Wait. So is Yumi just gone now, or the way that animation looked, it looked like that Yumi got torn in half and is gone.
I thought Obliterate was... Am I just behind on my, attach tech?
Obliterate does deal with attach.
Oh, well,
that was always a stated
that's what Entomb does. It obliterates the unit, and then it,
Right,
yeah.
but it doesn't come back with the Yumi?
No, because it's obliterated first. So that deals with attach. Yeah, that makes sense. Yeah.
Okay. And casually, Floppy Mudkip wins with leveled Pantheon. So, anyways, game number 3. Okay, Fading Memories is going to keep
That's
going to
give a blocker.
Okay.
Scout Pantheon. That's crazy.
Scout Pantheon CAC W.
I mean, he's got a rally too, so Void's got to find an answer real quick. He's got a Vengeance, but guess what? There's a Bastion.
There's a Bastion. Also, the It That Stairs can deal with that big unit, but then, yeah, I guess depending on what Void plays here, the Pantheon attack is actually not lethal yet.
True. 3 damage you got to get through. A lot of buffs available. And with Augment as one of those, the gems are going to give a lot of power very quickly.
Oh, it is, isn't it? Yeah, a ton of power. Yeah, Floppy here, I mean, could play the rally, but another way to rally is just to...
Okay, so you wait for that. Now you probably do rally. Yeah. And you should be able to win with that, because there's only 2 mana. You can get the gems to buff up the damage.
Yeah,
you have scout attack on top of this. Like, you win. You win.
Mm-hmm. Yep. 7, and then, yeah, the gems are going to be 2 each, right?
Yeah, it's crazy with Augment. It's great.
Yeah, that will just be Game Arena. Poppy just thinking if there's some way.
Yeah, just the first attack of the 2 attacks you get is just gonna do it. Yeah. But
might as well. Let's do the other gem just for good measure here. In case there's some sort of shenaniganry, but there isn't.
Wow.
Scout Pantheon getting the game. Getting the job done just like the developers intended.
He just kind of does it sometimes. Pantheon, I mean, it's funny because we always talk about when the Pantheon deck is in like a rough spot. We're like, well, if one of these next cards he picks up is Pantheon, maybe he can bring it back. And this is why, because he gets all of these different keywords, and it sometimes finds the exact ones you need. And in this case, Scout was very important. He needed to find Scout to accelerate that clock, or else Void would have the answers to deal with the Pantheon over time. Right. So getting that Scout was so big, it allows Floppy to just completely run that over. And now he's 1 game away from his 6th Fight Night victory. It's going to come down to Draven Scion versus TLC, which, saying that, makes me feel like I'm back in 2021.
Yeah, this is a classic matchup, but I guarantee this is, in fact, 2022. We are in the modern day evolution of this deck. All right, looks like Floppy has some defensive tools, some late game spells, some interaction, and some cards that need a discard enabler. And there is no discard enabler. Might we see a 3 mana 3/2 blank? Certainly considering it. There it is. The sentry just waiting in an empty room. No one walking in.
It's just hanging out. Not really doing his stuff.
Spider hanging out in a room.
Just vibing. Yep.
Not looking to scare anyone. Not looking to petrify or poison anyone. Just hanging out in a room.
Just vibing. Just chilling. Draven just in time.
Yeah. Speaking of chilling, I believe any development will likely yield an avalanche. Well, maybe not. I mean, the board's not even that threatening.
Yeah, Floppy just going to pass, though, of course. Goes for Draven. Now, if the avalanche does come down, he can go for a Risen Rider.
Yep.
It's just going to be passed. It's probably just a swing from Floppy, or just end the round.
Yeah. There has not... I mean, this is an all-right time to avalanche, but it is not a slam avalanche.
No, certainly not.
Turn, so you can't really get a read on whether or not there is an avalanche here. There still very well could be, and as we see, there is.
I mean, Floppy could swing and axe the Risen Rider, or the Fallen Rider to get a Risen Rider, and just try and start progressing the Scion.
Yeah.
But that does open up for Void to kind of play whatever they want to do. They can also just play out the Kindly Tavern Keeper right after that. Mm-hmm. And Floppy can just eat mana, but eventually Floppy probably does have to be the aggressor. I mean, you just can't leave this. You can't leave TLC forever, right? Eventually, it will beat you.
Yeah. Yeah,
we are going to see that from Floppy.
Yeah, but this makes me think that the Risen Rider is going to be played, and yeah,
that's an avalanche.
I think this is a slam avalanche. It sure is. Yep. Boom, board gone.
Yeah, I thought he might hedge, but decides to go fully in. I kind of like getting the second axe out of Draven, right? Like I like swinging first there, getting another axe, so you've got it for the Fallen Rider. Yep. Second one you've got in hand. But going for the risk, right? Like if there's no avalanche there, massive advantage gained.
Yeah, there was not enough of a read to say one way or the other whether there was an avalanche. So I don't know. I'm probably biased with caster vision here, but that felt needlessly greedy into avalanche there.
Yeah, I preferred the two unit attack myself, but
yeah. I guess it's just not that good, I guess is the problem. It's just not that strong of an attack. Probably the thought. There's also only 2 avalanches, so it's reasonable for sure, but I don't know.
It's a big lead for Void, but Floppy does have double Farron and Scion available.
Yeah, and yes, there is Vengeance, but there is no like Ruination, so you can kind of go wide if you want. If you have big units, you can go wide. So like going Farron into Farron, with the exception of hand space, is not that big of a deal. This is 2, 4, 6, 8, 10. So going to want to just fire a Mystic Face, which is unfortunate for sure, but
fine. It's probably always going upstairs this game.
Yeah.
So
and it's better than burning a card. Probably, at least.
Okay. Lysandra gonna hit the board. Thrall gonna start ticking down. The one of Vi that kind of we haven't even really talked about, but it does arrive here. It's another potential big threat. Could come down in quite a few turns. It would take a while before we get there.
Nope. No. I feel like there's part of Mudkip that wants to play another Farron. The problem, of course, is that A, it's only going to generate 1 decimate, and B, you're going to be dead. You're not actually going to be able to draw anything.
Yeah.
You're going to burn a card.
He's going to start decimating, but these Kindly Tavern Keepers are absolutely brutal into it because you're spending 5 mana to deal 4. Void is spending 3 to heal 3 of that and play a 3/3.
Yep. And another Kindly Tavern Keeper.
Yeah, full health for Void. Floppy not quite even going to be able to kill the Lysandra, but just setting it up to die to Ravenous Flock.
Yep. Seems fine. Void looking like, yep, they're going to Fury the North. Kill a Vi. Effectively have no damage on Lysandra. It's fine.
Now Void gets to start chipping back.
Yeah, the old beatdown plan in TLC.
All right. Scion's going to be very close to leveling off of this. He gets there on his own, so you can go for the Scion. He can be answered with Vengeance, but of course, you know, it gives the rally.
Yep.
Void not... Or the board not too threatening to Void, though, for that rally. Could just bust through it. Yeah. I don't mind this. I feel like just go through it now, you know?
Yep, it only really gets worse from there. Yep. Doing a 1.25 decimates. And how about another Kindly Tavern Keeper to heal back up another 3/4 of a decimate?
So yeah, I mean, Void is healed 9, right? So effectively, you know,
Yep.
Floppy has dealt a lot more damage than what it shows, and
Mm-hmm.
he can get some more decimates. He can still keep this pressure up. It's just can Void hold on even more, and potentially so, right? There's a little bit more healing. Blighted Ravine. There is a Vile Feast. There's another Three Sisters to continue to slow this down.
Yep. Yep. Three Sisters. What are we going for?
Yeah, stop the damage and set this up to just be
for
feasted.
Fury. Yep.
Or sorry, Avalanche or
one.
Blighted. One of the two.
Yep. Might as well wait. You're not they're not threatening for another turn, so
Yeah.
let's get that development in. Wait for an even juicier Avalanche or Blighted Ravine.
There's the Blighted.
Yeah, let's go for it now.
The interesting note about this Blighted Ravine in particular, though, is it did lose out on value of 1 point of healing. So, stay tuned, I guess, if that ends up mattering.
Right. I mean, the way that this has been playing out, it very well might.
It could, right? It certainly can. Boom, baboon, boom bueno.
The Boombuino. Hilariously enough, I think Void is almost hoping that this Lysandra gets killed. So you can play the second one.
More burn. There's 12, 15, 17 burn in hand. This is what I mean by, hey, maybe that 1 HP comes in handy at some point, right? Like 17 points of damage, just a burn. No Lysandra, more thralls potentially going to join the fray. This is a juicy Avalanche.
Quite juicy. And incidentally, another 2 points of Lysandra chip damage coming through, which is a fifth of Floppy Mudkip's health at this point.
At least Floppy has like things to do right now. He can just continue to cast Decimate until he has other plays. This survival skill is also just going to be cashed out to keep a threat on the board, but Vile Feast will respond to this on the next turn.
Yep. It also, it prevents the Lysandra from attacking, which again is true. 1/5 of Floppy's health.
It would also put him to lethal threat from the Thrall's first swing, and there's more burn, right? So we're...
Yeah, the Thralls are not coming out in time right now.
Yep, they currently are not.
16, 12... And we have 17, right?
Yeah.
5 plus 12 is 17.
So currently the 1 health didn't matter because it's still 17 points of burn.
Yep. Matron doesn't even have a target right now. I guess you can Fading Memories, a spider.
Yeah.
Lost Soul is
That's a blocker.
Good. Oh, Matron gets a Matron. Okay, that changes.
Oh, but you can still cast everything. Because you can just Decimate now. But Lysandra, she levels. Because of the Matron.
Yep.
That makes a difference. This tough Nexus.
3. And then, yeah, we're quite far away now. Wow.
That's so crazy. If it wasn't an 8 cost, I don't think Lysandra levels.
I don't think so either. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Oh, we're just dead. We have to use a burn spell on something.
No, we've got this. Right? Yeah.
Oh.
But Lysandra's in combat too, so Lysandra can die. And now Floppy gets to play out the spells on the next turn.
Wow.
Oh, so Floppy still, I think, wins.
Yeah. It seemed like a no-brainer to attack with Lysandra there, but actually... But now, if a Lysandra comes off the top...
Withering Wail! Plus 3!
And guess what? There's a thrall coming through next turn.
The thrall's finally there, so Floppy would need more burn off the top. Void has just been... Oh my god, Void.
Hey,
He can't go down. He can't go down.
My grandfather's deck has no bad cards. Wow. Go to 4. Effectively go to 7. Floppy is gonna need... And still gets the matron in a watcher. Not that it matters, but still has whale mana, which means we are on get excited or mystic shot or bust here.
If Floppy mystics off the top, that 1 HP made a difference.
Yeah.
If Floppy rips a mystic, that 1 HP we teased would actually be the difference maker.
Well, knock the deck one time, flip it over. What is it?
Where is it?
Scion, that's not it.
And Void's taking us to a bracket reset.
Wow.
Oh my god, Void. You can't keep getting away with it, Void. You can't keep getting away with it.
Apparently he can.
They're sitting in the shroom room. They're like, we need to stop this rampage on Fight Night. Turning all the dials.
Yeah.
In the top decks for a Void.
Turning all the dials, pulling all the levers. Ruben watching this game with bated breath and just making this game happen. Making the strongest card in Void's hand on top of his deck every time. We'll have to see if it can continue into the bracket reset, though, Casa.
Yeah, he's got to win 2 more over Floppy. And, I mean, it's going to be tough. All these games were so close, right? And each of them really could have gone either way. They came down to these top decks.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like, that game went, like, if we had the advantage meter, it went from, like, Void pretty heavily to Floppy to Void to Floppy again to Void again to Floppy again, and then the top deck of the Withering Will put it back into Void territory, and we were, one burn spell away from it going back to Floppy, but it was not in the cards for him there.
Yeah, not at all. I mean, it's just been so crazy. Void, I mean, continuing to play to their outs. They're playing really great Runeterra right now, but some days, right, you're playing well, and you're just also being absolutely rewarded over and over again, because these top decks have been saving. And I mean, Void, of course, setting himself up to be in positions where these outs can happen. It's just, they have to keep happening, and they keep happening. They keep showing up. We talked about it with Jay Tamunda back in the day, too, when he was having his big streak. It was a lot of really clean plays, setting himself up for top decks, and then finding those top decks. And it's reminiscent of what Void's play has looked like today. It's very, very good. It's very fun to watch when this happens. Yeah. When it all kind of comes together, when you're playing well, you get in those top decks, and leads to just crazy moments like this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it is all predicated on the, macro game plan going into it, knowing what you need, what your win con is, what you need to play around, and then obviously executing on that. Maybe the Blighted Ravine missing a point of life could have mattered. I mean, there is a world where it matters. There's a world where there's a mystic shot on the top deck, and we are setting up to interview Floppy right now for a 6th win, but instead we are going into the bracket reset for Void here to see if he can win another best of 3 against Floppy and end not even necessarily end the reign of terror, because Floppy's coming back next week, but put a damper on trophy number 6. Yeah.
Slow it down. Don't let him have a 10th of the Fight Night wins.
Yeah, true. That is kind of insane when you think about it.
Yeah. Especially because you have to remember that it's not like he's invited to every week, right? Like, if he was invited to every week, a 10th of the Fight Night wins would already be, like, kind of crazy, right? Like, that's pretty good.
Right.
But even then, not every week. And getting a 10th of them.
Floppy also, like, I don't think we saw Floppy before seasonals. So,
like 20 Fight Nights in. To 15, 20 Fight Nights in.
I don't think we had him on any fight nights before the seasonal started. So if you look at just like number of fight nights played versus wins, it's some astronomical number.
His conversion rate is crazy for making top 2. And then on top of that, even just wins, just W's.
Yeah.
Wild for sure. I'm sure we'll be getting into this bracket reset in just a moment. But Blev, I mean, do you think Void's got it, or do you think this is where the train stops and Floppy's gonna turn this around?
I think if this were like match number 4 versus What Am I would still say What Am I's favored from a matchup perspective. I don't have that same confidence in this matchup. I think that the decks, the just straight up deck difference is very low here. I mean, the decks are different, but the advantage is low here. You know, we've seen the Kindred Viego perform very well in the hands of Void. I'm still very leery of the deck in general. But when you play it and you set yourself up to get these draws and then they come through, like, the deck performs very well, right? Like, Void has been playing it super, super well and has set himself up to do well and has done well. So
Floppy always has really great names for their decks. Kills Demacia, Giga Chad, Literal Gambling, and T1 Pile Nobody Plays Part 3.
Yeah, sounds about right. The hilarious thing is that Floppy has the Kills Demacia deck, and there's not a single Demacia deck on the side of Void, so that's probably, you know, bodes well for Void overall. No change in the ban strategy here. Here we go.
Jumping in. This is the final match. Fight night number 60, Blevins.
Yep.
Void
GA has been popped.
Floppy. Yeah, Floppy's GA has popped. Void trying to finish the job with 2 more wins. They're tied up 1-1 in series as well, because Floppy won against Void in the winners final.
Yep.
Now
they're
just
also
trying
tied
to close
in
it out.
games too. Both of the series were 2-1.
That's true.
Do you see Draven on 3 on attack token? We've got nice discard fodder. We've got some discard outlets. We got a little bit of burn. We've got card draw. We've got lake in. And this is the type of hand that you want from Floppy. A little bit of a clunker on the side of Void.
Yeah, this is a great curve from Floppy, and if he can get through and find a win with the Draven Scion, feels like he's in a really great position, because it doesn't seem like Pantheon has been struggling in this matchup against Void.
Right. Okay, double Vile Feast coming through. Take out the Draven. This does play into survival skills, but there's only 2 survival skills, and it's not, like, horrible into it. I mean, you still have the Spiderlings.
Yep, which will give blockers. They won't be able to block the Twin Blade Revenant, though, so that can start chunking damage through, but the Kindly Tavern Keeper can answer that, so you have to throw away the 3 healing now to deal with the Fearsome unit, which you're stopping 4 damage, so overall going to be a bit better there.
Yep.
Boy, just finding these Tavern Keepers, though. He's got another one.
Mm-hmm. Floppy didn't play around the Avalanche before. Not going to start now. And you think about that last game that we saw. That was that same match where Floppy got like 5 for 1 for the Avalanche.
And it was still so close.
Yeah, by the skin of his teeth. Okay, we've got 1 of 5 decimates played. Of course, we're gonna see one. We're gonna see 3/4 of 1 negated here.
And Tavern Keeper once again.
Okay, we have 1/4 of. We have 0.25 of 5 decimates played.
Yeah, we'll make sure to constantly update you, chat, on how many decimates have been applied to Void's HP.
Yep.
Of course, decimate is a unit of measurement in Legends of Runeterra.
Yep. Yeah, it's not. Legends of Runeterra is just breaking down the games into decimates and health pots. That's it.
That's true. That's true. He's true.
Okay,
He's right, you know.
That 0.25 regained And then half a decimate cast on himself as Void, so... I have to think that there's at least 0 people in chat that are getting benefit from this.
Just at minimum, no one, right?
Yeah, I'm going to take the under on 1.
Yeah.
All right, big attack here. We don't see the vengeance that Void has traditionally had on these Scion turns. We do have Lyssandra's Entomb, though.
Yeah, I mean, this Scion is way more difficult to manage than the previous ones have been. The Entomb will slow it and potentially buy time for Void to find a better answer, but when this thing comes out, it's going to be next to like a Farron and more of a board, and it comes down to, will Buried in Ice be able to continue to stall that? Because the open attack will be available when this pops out.
Yeah, that's the Entomb is kind of like a giant rug, and you sweep something under it. And you go, it can't hurt me. It's under a rug. Well,
yeah,
it kind of can. It kind of can.
Yeah, I can't imagine putting Scion under a rug is going to buy you that much time.
Yeah, because when he comes out, he's going to be even more...
Yeah, he's so mad. You just had a rug on him? That's annoying.
Yeah. Okay. Just the 6 coming through.
Yeah. He doesn't really seem to be the understanding type either.
No, I don't think you can use logical reasoning to, get to the bottom of your problems with Scion.
Oh, no, probably not.
Looks like we are going for a kill on Lysandra. Get that tough Nexus out of here. This is essentially, it's really only trading 2 damage, which means if you're hitting the Nexus with 2 or more things over the course of the game, that's going to be a net positive in damage, which of course is the case.
Yeah, and we're going to see trying to go as wide as possible with this open attack with Scion, right? We get the Twin Blade Revenant. We're going to get 1 Poro alongside the pull on this this Matron. A lot of damage being threatened.
Yeah, 8, 12, 15, 16, 17 with an axe.
Roar the Slayer adds some interesting implications, but probably not going to be useful here. Would be useful on a rally, though, potentially. Actually, a rally is just, I mean, that's just going to be game no matter what.
Yeah. This just goes through, but now we get Buried in Ice.
I mean, the combo's set up, but Floppy's just like, okay, Farron, okay, gonna decimate you.
Open attack is very much not lethal. And open decimate very much is.
Yeah, I mean, this game just went exactly how Floppy needed it, and Void's kind of luck ran out.
Yeah.
Just not really having the ways that he needed to deal with the early game, deal with the Scion in particular. And then once that damage, like once it rains, it pours, because we saw him deal with all of the major threats perfectly. He had every answer, and he still almost died last game strictly to burn. So now when a Scion hits you in the face, yeah, you don't really win those.
No, you really don't. That's just Void showing that he has the combo in his deck and he knows how to use it.
Yeah.
But also getting an axe thrown in his face is enough for Floppy Mudkip to be 1 game away from 6. It is
Blevins.
6, not 5.
You have to use 2 hands.
No, this is sign language for 6. Come on, man.
I don't know ASL.
I only bring this up. I mean, I took multiple years of sign language in college, but also Smacks on the WNS broadcast last night was talking about this is 9, 8, 7, 6 because you want to do it on one hand, right? So it's like 1, 2. Oh, you can't see it. Okay.
Love Smacks.
Production did not like my
Love
American Sign Language lesson.
We love Smacks out here.
Max is good, people.
All right.
But we have the Yuumi Pantheon deck from Floppy Mudkip, which I don't think we've seen lose on stream yet.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think Floppy has been pretty perfect with it so far, and pretty much on the back of this combo right here. Saga Seeker into Yuumi. He's had just about every time.
Yep. Those 2 denies, much less good in this matchup than they are in some of the others that we've seen Void play against with this deck. And Camavorn Soldier, while a strong card, doesn't do too much against the Yuumi Saga Seeker combo. Attack in all you want. I guess you could have attacked with the mist, but to what end? Again, this deck does not have access to AoE removal, so there is no Ruination. There is no Wombo combo like in the TLC deck. It's just Vengeance as hard removal, Vile Feast as sort of soft damage-based ping removal, and that's it. Everything else is board-based. And when you're fighting a Pantheon deck with a board-based deck, and you're not also a Pantheon deck, it's pretty not great for you.
Yeah, we're just going to see Floppy trying to cycle through the deck a little bit, proc the Faded as much as possible, get the buffs rolling, trying to have a big, wide board. He does have a rally available, which that might be Void being able to hold on to 4 mana for this deny to deal with that throughout this game. We'll see.
It's possible. The problem with this hand is exactly this. If you want to hold the 4 mana for that deny, that means you are not taking a turn. Which does not feel great. Yeah, there's Viego. I would imagine
you could rip rally.
With a barrier already played and a faded proc to be given and an open attack leveling of Yuumi, I like the deny there. Or it's not the
rally.
The rally.
Yeah, I felt like there's consideration, but I'm not surprised to see Floppy take the pass. I know he's a very patient player.
Yeah, I know he's a very patient player as well. We have seen, on rare occasions, but we have seen it where Floppy's patience does come back to bite him.
We have.
That, I mean, again, I'm perhaps biased with caster vision, but that seemed like a very strong time to throw the rally in. You knew it was going to resolve. It was effectively leading to a leveled Yuumi with no interaction, right? Like,
yeah, you know it's a 3x rally deck, right? You know it's a 3x rally deck. Yeah. So, like, you know they're there. Or, sorry, 3x deny. Apologies.
Right.
3x deny deck. So you know that it's that, like, could be there. It's very likely to be there. You have to find your spot to play it, and that might have been the only spot that Floppy will have a chance to play it. It's possible that is the only spot this game. Now, that means that Void would never tap below 4 again, and it's possible that Void will tap below 4 again because he's under a lot of pressure, right?
Right. Which still might be fine. Also, Floppy might want to... Well... I was going to say, Floppy might be able to pressure the deny with the Concerted Strike, but now we have mana for 2 denies, so that's not even that good.
Yeah.
This is also possibly just, like, you now essentially are at the place you could have been 2 turns ago, where you have open attack. You have an open attack to level Yuumi. But now we're just essentially trading 5 mana for 4. It seems likely that there's deny because there's been 2 cards. There's actually been 3 cards in hand since the beginning of the game in Void's hand. So if you're hand tracking, it feels pretty likely that there's a deny there.
Yeah, we know there's another one too. If Floppy is like, there's no way he's got 2 and he casts this rally, I mean, like, that starts to feel really bad. I don't feel like that's a floppy play. I feel like the pass gets taken at this point.
If yeah, okay, this makes sense. If the rally was played there, I would question everything.
Yeah,
because it was just a strictly worst scenario than the last time.
For sure.
And
a
now
much worse spot.
We have open attack. It will level Yumi. I guess now the consideration is that good enough? Because this Viego is kind of scary. When we open attack, this levels Yumi.
Here we go. Kitty. Cat. It's like the thing when you're on like a meeting and there's a cat. Everybody just says cat.
Yep. It's true.
It's a thing that happens.
Yumi the cat. It's a wonderful, wonderful cat. She doesn't have a bag of tricks, though. I don't even know if people know who Felix the cat is. I don't even know if that's real. That might just be like a fever dream.
You just had a fever dream? Yeah.
Like, it's one of those things where it's like, if someone was like, Felix the cat is like a Mandela effect thing that didn't actually exist, I wouldn't be surprised. It seems like that level of thing. But we are here. And there is the Hydrovine now, still with deny mana up. Does not feel great for Floppy. Now, granted, you do have all of this other stuff to play, but I imagine at this point in the game, we are not, we're not tapping below deny the rest of the game.
Yep, and Blinded Mystic is going to be so good at dealing with the Hydrovine. Stop that engine for Viego.
Yeah, but Viego is his own engine in a lot of ways.
He is.
Cameraborn Soldier, also a great pickup.
Yep.
And now Viego might just start taking over the game.
Yeah, Viego's going to level. And there's not really stopping it. The rally can come out to try and like put the pressure on, but we know there's deny. And that might be Floppy's answer, right? Like, he has to stop this, and now we get it. And it does make you question, like, when, you know, if he rallied earlier, is Floppy, like, in a winning position right now? Instead of running into this Viego. Did that just resolve? Is that because of Concerted? He has to hold this deny for Concerted?
Oh.
Caster Vision does some crazy things to you because it makes that seem like the most insane thing ever.
Yeah, that is.
But
does seem
Void is like
it is insane.
If Concerted is there, then I lose, and you've baited out my deny.
It's a good point. This attack also is not like the greatest.
Yeah, no overwhelm.
No overwhelm. I mean, honestly, if Viego dies here, I think Floppy just doesn't care about literally anything else that Void is doing.
Agree.
So this attack seems fine. It's threatening to push a lot of damage here. But between chump blocks, trades, and a conch palm, we might just be in a good spot here for Void. I don't think that we're forcing Viego to block at all if we don't want to. And certainly not forcing Viego to be in harm's way.
Yeah, I mean, you could even just Spirit's Refuge Viego, put him in there.
True.
Hit a block.
Yep. Can palm. Oh, okay. Just
yeah, we're
Spirit's
back
Refuge.
up to 18.
Yeah. All of a sudden, can take some of this damage. Now, even if there's like a single combat to kill the Blade Mystic, like you still have deny for that if you need.
Yeah, the emergency deny is there. It's always there.
I don't think that there was a hush in Floppy's hand when we left, so it seems unlikely that that's the case.
Yeah, I don't think there was, but that is a good point, is that this does just... Well, it doesn't die to Hush, actually, because you still have the Conk Palm.
Yeah.
So it's not even that bad in the Hush. It actually potentially baits out a Hush that would be more worrisome. The only problem, I guess, is that it's on your Viego, so you're kind of like preventing the Viego level up
Yeah. That's
for
true.
a turn and stopping the lifesteal, so it's a very high value Hush. Not there, though.
It's just going to go through. We did -1 damage and have leveled up Viego. Pretty good. Oh, and oh, by the way, there's still an attack token. You might as well attack with this. Just force them to make the block. Although that does give another faded proc, which is probably not worth the 0 value that attack gave you, but either way. Back over to Floppy. Still no overwhelm. Units smaller than Viego.
Well,
not looking good for Floppy.
Where's Pantheon?
True. Pantheon changes literally everything, as he tends to do.
It's always going to have to be our question, is where is Pantheon?
True. Okay, start with Yuumi. At least getting the White Flame to a point where it would trade. This is a little hack. You get to keep replaying Yuumi over and over again. I mean, it's not really a hack. It's not good.
Infinite money hack.
Yeah, the infinite money glitch.
Infinite Yuumi hack.
Oh, chat asking if Void gets the Yuumi. No, it gets killed first, so the Yuumi goes back to Mudkip's hand, and then Void gets the remaining unit.
So when can Floppy threaten this 9 damage? Where can he find it?
Floppy played a different Yuumi.
That's true.
Now there's just a card revealed in Floppy's hand. So that was certainly a little bit of an oopsie. Perhaps not the biggest deal, but I mean, it's certainly not the smallest deal.
Where's Pantheon?
Where is Pantheon is the question. There he is.
Hey.
And if he doesn't get Spell Shield now, he'll get it from Yuumi.
Yeah, I mean, now there's 2 concussive palms.
True.
But he found
Lifesteal, Fearsome, Scout, Fury,
Spell Shield.
Spell Shield. Does this still deal damage to you? Yep.
I
was gonna say,
yeah, what if there's just buffs? You just buff the Pantheon, and then
this is also
kills you.
Not good. This needs to be on the Scout attack, double Conk Palm.
Yeah, you have to cast them both at the same time, or else the Yuumi comes down.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, just cast the Despair. Okay, Sharp Sight.
Okay, I'm dead.
Now, Floppy is going to want to be mindful to not pump Pantheon up to the point where he will get killed from Viego. I'm wondering what floppy could have. Maybe another concerted strike. Just considering if it's worth playing, perhaps.
And it is the concerted, so that's gonna have to be the deny. Well, I guess it could just be a replay of Viega. There are multiple in hand.
Yeah. There are multiple, and Viego is already leveled up, so...
Yep.
Already has the value. Still no real reason to attack. Putting...
Did that just kill his Pantheon?
No.
Or is this White Flame still going to be big enough?
Yeah, White Flame goes back. Okay, yeah, so this is fine. You get the White Flame back again.
So for one turn, it's not... Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. That just means he's dead next turn, though, right?
Who is dead
next the Pantheon, or is it...
That's a good point. That is a good point. Unless you block with one of your units here to pump up this.
Make it have 10 attack.
I don't think it's going to be big enough, though.
Yeah.
Yeah. I wonder if it was just better to not, maybe needed to not play the Pantheon there. Or not play the Yuumi on the Pantheon.
Yeah, because you lose Panth. I mean, if there's another Panth, maybe this is going to be okay, but...
Yeah, I mean, much like many of these games, if we see, if Pantheon is off the top, this is potentially a game. Okay, getting the Yuumi down. We see Cataclysm. Yeah, that's going to be Twin Disciplines. All right, into Hush. Could deny it.
Just
could
nopify it.
Oh, yeah, nopify it, yeah.
You can also let it through and just play another Viego.
Yep. And another Vengeance. That's got to be it. Even if somehow Floppy survives here and somehow draws another Pantheon, double Vengeance should do it. And Void brings us to another Game 3. The Game 6 in the bracket reset, and this one will determine it all, Casa. Can Void take it down with the bracket reset, put a damper on trophy number 6 for Floppy, or will Floppy come back after a slog and take down their 6th win?
Viego games can get kind of they can get a little bit slow towards the end of them because you just want to grind them out with the engine that you have built. We talked about it with Julia Mafra a couple weeks ago with the engine building. You're building a different kind of engine. It's a much slower engine.
Shroom Goldberg device.
Shroom Goldberg device. This is the Gloom Goldberg device.
Yes. I do want to, again, point out that turn with the rally would have been pretty good and probably would have put Floppy Mudkip into a position where he couldn't fall behind and would have eventually won only a few turns later. But either way, we're here in game number 3 of set 2. The final game, regardless, winner takes all.
All right, but here we go. Saga Seeker Yuumi available for Floppy once again.
Yep.
Just have the Pantheon in hand for once that level up comes around.
Yep. Now, I was gonna say The Pantheon level up turn math might dictate that you need to use the guiding touch here, and Floppy says yes.
Floppy's mouse just sitting on the end round button. I just love, he's just like ready. He's like, please, just pass the turn, pass the turn. I'm here. He plays so quick sometimes. He does. He really does. There's been a lot of really slow play in this tournament. There's been a lot of like turns that require a lot of thought, but Floppy normally is just zooming.
Yep.
He plays Yumi. He's got the zoomies.
And cruising. Does in fact have the zoomies. Is Blinded Mystic. Does it have a better target than denying a draw here? I'm not sure that it does. It also gives you a faded proc.
Yeah, it doesn't really have a much better one in this matchup.
Yeah,
In fact, it has no better ones, so...
You can stop, you can get rid of the ability on the Wanderer, or the Watcher.
True. Which probably is an irrelevant card here. You can get rid of Fearsome from the Spectral Matron.
True. That is true.
Which doesn't matter in this matter. So
no, not at all. So yes, actual best target Avros and Sentry.
Yep, single combat here, proc your faded, set up a really good open attack.
Yep. And if you want to use a vengeance here, my Yumi will go on my Blinded Mystic and we continue.
We go again.
Yep. Tavern Keeper only gaining a quarter decimate here, or, you know, a third healing potion, depending on if you're a NA or EU. We recognize the metric system as well.
The health potion is the metric system.
Yeah, and then, you know, of course, you coined the phrase the Dewey Decimate system.
Yeah, the Dewey Decimate system.
Is the NA version. But, you know, at Giant Slayer, we recognize all regions and all, you know, methods of keeping track of the game, so... We do both. I don't know what metric Pantheon is going on, but it is a fast Pantheon level.
Very quick. Very, very quick Pantheon level.
Just about as fast as it possibly could have been, and now...
He got Spell Shield. That's crazy. That's so huge.
Did. We haven't seen any Vile Feasts used yet, so at least a possible Vile Feast into Vengeance. Here, the box is going to pop the Spell Shield. Sure. Might as well. Gonna need to do it somehow, and that box is not getting much better. I think we are one attack away from Yumi leveling.
Yeah, it feels like Void just doesn't have the answers, right? Like last time in this matchup, he was able to have the Vengeances for the to reset these buffs, but he just hasn't had it at all. Only 8 mana right now to work with. You got a Pantheon and a 12/6 Saga Seeker barreling down on you.
Yeah, Tavern Keeper can come out. We can even... I mean, we could
single.
Theoretically... We can single. We can Cataclysm. Cataclysm would actually give... would actually level Yumi, but also just... Okay.
Oh, not if you do it this way.
Not that target, but... It is what is going to happen. Chip some damage. We're below Vengeance mana, so... You get to chip some damage. Open attack is super lethal. This is, of course, spreading out the threats. Next turn, we'll have 7, 10 mana, so we won't have double Vengeance, which means only one of these threats is going down. This is going to push 4.
Okay,
Three Sisters is going to...
There's buffs, so it feels like...
Okay. Void has taken Fury of the North more than most people ever do.
Yeah.
And it would have been pretty bad to take it there.
Yeah, but you just single this, and now your open attack is just extremely threatening.
Yeah.
You have double sharp sight to back it up.
Yeah, this will be 7, 10. Yeah, I mean, even a single sharp sight beats Vengeance pretty handedly. Oh, also, Yumi's going to be leveling, so we'll get to see Kitty, which means there's a spell shield on... maybe not. Maybe Yumi's not leveling? I could have sworn that this was the third attack. Oh, I guess it was only 2.
No,
Never
I thought
mind.
you were right, too. I thought it was third. But it is the second.
Second attack. Okay.
Three
Three sisters. Okay, we're beating Three Sisters.
You freeze the 14-5.
Sure. I
But
cast
you beat...
1 single sharp sight.
But do you beat 6 sisters?
Oh, no. I guess 2
have to cast both.
sharp sight.
Yeah.
You need to cast both. Yeah, you need to cast both. I guess you might as well... I guess you want to spread out the damage, so probably 1 on the Saga Seeker, 1 on Goat, I guess, if there's another 3 sisters.
Yeah, Floppy just checking the decks again, making sure.
Yeah. You can put it on Pantheon, too. It's mostly fine, I guess.
Getting the faded value. It's like only bad if there's another freeze, I guess.
Yeah, I guess this beats Vile Feast. Yeah. This is better against Vile Feast. I guess freeze Vile Feast or no. No.
All right, that's it, Floppy.
Just game.
He's done it. Literally gambling the deck, as he calls it. Last game, not finding the tools he needed. This game, he finds it all. And Floppy has now won his 6th Fight Night Americas. That's crazy. It's crazy, Blev.
Yeah, I mean, I was kind of, I was low-key hoping that we would see Ultraman pick up number 5, tie it up, build that, rivalry, and then maybe we have some sort of, I don't know, feature match or something, like a grudge match between the two. But now Floppy's got 2? Got 2 in between? Ooh.
Yeah. He's crazy.
Undisputed.
He is crazy. Let's go ahead and take a look at that final bracket.
Yeah.
Talk a little bit about the day, but I mean, Floppy, just another run all the way through. And what am I almost made it another final between the two of them.
Yeah.
Couldn't quite get past Void, who we will see back next week. Had a great fight night overall, but just couldn't quite take Floppy down. He took him all the way, the distance, as many games as possible.
Yeah, and I gotta say, we've been talking up Floppy, obviously, the Wonder Boy, the Wonderkind, the Golden Boy, the champ right now, Fight Night, but Void played spectacularly with one, notable and I'll just say hilarious exception.
We didn't see it. Nobody saw it.
That was not like a miscalculation. That was just that was an oopsie, which is, that happens to the best of us. But Void played so well. I love the call you made to Jay Tamunda, where it's like, oh, kind of making these plays, the game seems super close, and then it's like, oh, if you weren't watching with a keen eye, you may look and say, oh, well, Void, top deck lucker, Omega lol. But you don't get there so many times in a row, over and over and over again, setting himself up to get these top decks, and they happen. That's why you play the game. That's why you play the deck. Sometimes you get them, and putting yourself in the position to get these top decks in these games where we were saying like, oh, I mean, that one Draven Scion game was like back and forth and back and forth and back and forth and back and forth. It could have very easily gone heavily into Floppy Mudkip favor if Void had played differently and not set up to get those top decks, or that game where the top deck deny happens. If you don't play to that, you don't get to have that win. But Void did, and Void ended up getting those wins in the crucial places.
Void's good. Good player.
Void good.
Void good. Void good. Floppy this time better.
Yeah.
Floppy 6 times better than any other player, because he's done it 6 times here at Fight Night.
Yep.
Closest behind him, Ultraman and EU with 4. And I mean, Floppy just absolutely crazy. I mean, I think he's going to be popping off. He's ready to go for seasonals yet again. Yep. Floppy at Worlds when, we missed him last year. I'm gonna give Floppy a World. He's playing so well. He's playing good Runeterra.
if for whatever reason they gave casters a vote to vote in players,
Vote in
I'd
players?
certainly cast
Vote
a
in
vote
Floppy?
for Floppy if I had to vote right now.
I think so.
Yeah, I definitely would.
I think so. I want to see
But-
Floppy continue to pop off, but we're going to be able to chat with him a little bit on his 6th win. Floppy, we're going to pull you in. Floppy, how is it going?
Going pretty good. This Fight Night tournament feels kind of free, honestly.
Well, you got 6 of them, Floppy. You've won 1/10 of all the fight nights that have happened in Americas. And, 6 of
Hopefully,
60.
that's great.
6 of 60, Floppy. That's not bad. That's not
Yeah.
bad, especially because it's not like you've played 60, right? Like, you've only played
No.
the amount you've played, and you've won 6 times. We'll have to get your conversion rate on wins, because that's insane. But I don't know, Floppy. You feel like you're gonna translate the success to seasonals coming up? You qualify for worlds, that kind of thing? How you feeling?
Yeah, probably. Like, just keep joining tournaments, keep winning. Seems to be going pretty well.
You love to see it. I got to ask because just a few months ago when you had the interview for seasonal, you said a lot of people don't necessarily know me. They don't see me as a top player in the world. I think a lot of people do see you as that now. Obviously, undisputed Fight Night champion 6 times over. Has the lust, has the wonder of winning a fight night or winning a tournament in general, is it gone now? Are you jaded about it? Do you care about a specific win, or is it every single tournament is just as important as the last? You got to get that dub.
No, just like Fight Night's just like a weekly thing. Like, I expect to win, right? Like, pretty casual about it. Not really an issue.
Just casually coming in, taking it down,
casual.
top 8 brackets, free every time, doesn't matter. Floppy, who could even beat you? Who could even challenge you right now?
That's a good question. Like, one of my got me that one time, but yeah, he didn't do well this time. So like, I don't really
Yep.
know.
Yeah, just there's no one left, I guess. There's no one left. There's no one left. If anyone wants to challenge him, they can submit, right? They can submit and come in, but
There's people chirping in the chat.
they're chirping.
People chirping.
They're chirping. They're chirping. What do you have to say to the chirpers out there, Floppy? The people who are like, you know what? I could beat Floppy. Get me on there. What do you have to say to them, Floppy?
Bring him on. Let's see it.
All right, Floppy. Do you have any shout outs that you want to make before we send you off? I feel like we get to casually talk every week, but let's just see if you got anybody you want to shout out.
No, I think I'm good for this week.
Yeah, after about 4 or 5, you start to lose.
Run out of
you start
shout-outs.
to run out of people to shout outs.
Yeah, I ran out of things to say.
Oh boy. All right. We'll love to hear it, Floppy. Congrats on winning again. Let's see if you can make it 7 next week. All right. We'll see you then.
Yeah, thank you.
All right. See you, Floppy.
Here's
Congratulations
my
to
question
Floppy.
to you, Casa.
Oh, yeah, go ahead.
Congrats to Casa.
Yeah. Oh, congrats
Do
to
you
Casa.
think
Yeah.
we'll see Floppy get 10 before anyone else gets 5?
10.
It's like
It's 4 more.
4 more, essentially before Ultraman gets
Gets
1, or someone else gets more than 1.
I want to say no, but also,
I also want to say no, but I don't know if I can.
I'm going to say no. I'm going to say no. He's not getting 10 before someone else gets 5.
What about 8?
Maybe I'll get 8. Maybe I'll get 8.
Okay.
He might get 8. He might get 8. He might get 8. But anyways, Blev, that's going to do it for us here at Fight Night. Congrats to Floppy. Congrats to Void. We'll see them both back next week. But for me, for Blev, and for the rest of the crew here at Giant Slayer and Wisdom, thank you all so much for watching, and we'll see you next week.